Hello, welcome everybody. So I'll begin with our land acknowledgement. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki and welcome. Thank you. So I'll begin with the consent agenda. So the items are there. Is there anything needing to be pulled from the consent agenda? Jenny?
Can I pull the Wellness Committee report as well as Policy Advisory Committee report?
And do they need to be action items or could they go under board chair report for
Not action items, just to speak to them.
Let's put 3.4 Policy Advisory Committee under 12.3.
My division school council report is related to my action items. So I don't know if you want me to pull it to give more information and context. I could for that one.
You can just refer to it if that's what you're.
Sure, or I can refer to it.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, Christine.
Okay.
And yeah, so 3.4 will become 12.3 and 3.5 will become 12.4.
Excellent. Anything else from the consent agenda? So if there are no objections, these consent items will be adopted as amended. Excellent. Thank you. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. Craig?
I don't know how it was worded, but I'd like to add for an action item 10.6 consultant for policy consultant.
Okay. Seeing no further hands up, can I get an approval for the agenda as amended? Craig, and those in favor? And that's carried. Next is approval for the minutes. So the first set of minutes is December 18th from the special board meeting. Those are in your package. Are there any errors or omissions? Christine?
For the special meeting of the 18th, I marked as present and I was not there. So that just needs to be edited, please.
Thank you. We will get that corrected. Jenny?
Does it need to say, so we have in attendance and then we just have trustees. Do we need it to just be trustees that were in attendance, or does everyone in the room that was there need to be documented, or should it just be trustees in attendance?
Look to you, Christine. Do we need to put guests on there?
I'm sorry, did you have guests?
In the in-camera portion?
No, I don't think you need to have guests. No, just. The 18th.
December 18th.
Unless it, I mean, you can put your special guest. It depends if it does it add to your minutes, reflection of your minutes or not? Because you can put special guests in attendance. I don't think you need it. No. Because everything was in it. Because really your minutes just show you opened up your meeting and then you went in camera, and then in your in camera you brought your special guest. So it doesn't need to reflect that your guest was there. Yeah. So I think they're accurate as is.
Yep. Seeing no other further, could I get somebody to approve the minutes of December 18th as amended? Christina, and those in favor? And that's carried. Next is the minutes of December 9th. I do have an edit, and I believe, Kristen, you were made aware. So under the consent agenda, I had requested and an item was removed from the consent agenda. So we're going to amend, if approved by everybody, to add to the piece under consent agenda Trustee Allison Purcell requested that item 3.3 Division School Council report be moved from the consent agenda for discussion in the regular meeting agenda. As there were no objections, the consent agenda was adopted as amended. So that line is going to be added if that's approved. Any other errors or omissions? The December 19th minutes. So seeing none, if I could get an approval of the minutes for December 19th as amended, Andrea, and those in favor? And that's carried. There's no business arising from the minutes, so we'll jump into Associate Superintendent report for Christine for business operations.
Sure.
Give you a couple seconds to get.
That's okay. It's all good. All righty. Well, January's here. January, we never thought we were basking in the warm weather of December, roasting our mellows or chestnuts over an open fire and flip flops. And then January hit. So facility services, obviously, we had some extreme weather when we came back to school in January. We started with bitter cold temperatures, minus 39. And some days, our maintenance staff are out there cleaning walks because we did have some snow with that, shoveling, that sort of thing, the caretakers. And so, we thank them for being out there in those extreme cold, taking care of our facilities. And then, of course, when we get extreme temperatures, that's when we find out some of our weak spots and things break. And we did have a couple places where we had a few little water issues, and we had one big water issue at Chinook High School. We had a little tiny elbow in the fire sprinkler system, a fire suppression system, broke. And when a fire suppression system goes, you got a rush of a lot of water all at once. But thanks to the quick actions of the Chinook caretaking team, as well as Chris Chapman, they got stuff sopped up, mopped up. We got a remediation company in, Rocky Cross Construction, who brought fans and dehumidifiers. They've pulled the baseboards and did all the things you need to do to remediate something like that. And we got lucky. Damage, we think, will be under $50,000, which is actually pretty good. Our floors are intact. We're replacing baseboards. They just removed the heaters today. Everything's dry. They're in the process of doing some patching and painting on drywall because we had to remove some drywall, make sure we didn't have some issues there. We got really, really lucky, surprisingly. And so, again, quick action by the Chinook caretaking team. And again, thanks to Chris Chapman, who has been spearheading this project for us. And we are putting an insurance claim in just for that as well, because our deductible is $10,000. And so this one's enough above our deductible. We feel we should be putting in a claim. So we're doing that. And let's see, what else do we want to talk about? That was the big one. And also just a big thank you. Over the weekend, last week, we had a big dump of snow for a couple days. And so again, our caretaking teams were out there taking care of the snow. We had our facilities team taking care of all the parking lots from Friday afternoon until Sunday morning. And so we do appreciate all they did there. Next, finance. Of course, it's budget season. And we all love budget season. And so we've started the budget season with, we had, of course, a meeting with our trustees and administrators just on last week talking about priorities. Of course, we have our town hall. That information helps inform our budget process. And of course, then the trustees will be meeting in your strategic planning sessions to talk about priorities for next year. And we use those priorities to inform our budget. So we are well on our way. And of course, we were really excited. The city of Lethbridge did a little article on Lethbridge School Division's recycling program, and it said Lethbridge School Division gets an A+. So we're pretty proud of that. Occupational health and safety. This month we did have a in the health and safety corner in the division dispatch. We wanted to talk about wellness and self-reflection. We know sometimes there's the blues that come with winter, and again, just focusing on people taking care of their mental health. And of course, as always, when it's weather like this, we see it thaws in the day. All those snow piles melt. In night, they freeze. We get ice patches. And again, reminding everybody just to beware of that when you're out and about. And of course, walk like a penguin. I think I have that. This is like the third month I've had it on there. So I'm going to make sure people do not slip and fall. And technology. So in technology, one of the things they did over the break was created a landing page for those of us in the division where we can quickly access some of the actual software that we use on a regular basis. So that was greatly appreciated. Technology department has been making sure that they're providing some enhanced equipment for our curriculum resource center that staff can access some of the latest technology. Yesterday, our technology team went and visited with Bow Valley College. They had a tour of the facility, very, very innovative facility. They're doing a lot of very innovative projects, course offerings. And so they were also, they're building a big esports center and they wanted to meet the people they've been hearing a lot about across the province about esports. And so again, a nod to our tech department for that. But they came away with a lot of great ideas and maybe there is some collaboration partnerships that we can look at. And so I'm sure we'll be investigating more of that as we in the coming days. And registration is out for our kindergarten kids. We're using a new registration system, the one we started and piloted with our transportation system. So that's underway, and so far, knock wood, it's going well. So good to hear that. Transportation, again, another nod I want to pay to our bus drivers who, again, had to try and get out there in minus 30 plus weather to start the buses. The buses started until, of course, they sat on a cold weekend, and then they didn't want to take the risk that they didn't have enough buses for backup, because quite often we have spares in case something breaks down. And the one day we weren't operational was because they had a number of buses that weren't running on the Friday, they're spares, and they were concerned about not being able to run a full operation, and we didn't want to leave kids out in the cold. And that's about it.
Craig.
Thanks, Christine. One of the questions I have is under technology, we bought some equipment, one, like one GoPro, one
Yep.
camera. Now, are those to be shared around the division, or is it for a specific school?
Yeah, so they're in our curriculum resource center and schools can check them out.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And then just an add, having kids ride buses when I was living rurally, especially propane buses, they don't run very well after it gets down below minus 35. So I think sometimes people don't realize that if you're running propane, there's a certain cutoff where they don't run. So thank you.
Christina.
Thank you so much, and for your monthly walk like a penguin reminder. Could you just speak a little bit to the online registration process that you mentioned is starting with kindergarten?
Yeah, so we're using a program called School Engage, and it interacts with our Power School, so that when we send out registrations, the parents go into their parent portal and they just click through a registration form, and then they get registered for kindergarten. So yeah, it's very simple. It's very easy. Yeah.
Jenny.
I just wanted to thank you for taking that early morning in December before the holiday break to go and show that appreciation to our Southland bus drivers. That was an effort that I'm sure was appreciated, and we appreciate you making that effort to express that gratitude and to that positive show of we appreciate what our employees are doing. So I also wanted to just also commend the work being done with the boundary surveys and the work that is going to that, and appreciated you including this in your report. That this has been a very involved uh, effort to try to engage and to gather information, and that from those engagement sessions, something new has come out of it, and a recognition for that meeting with the Spanish bilingual families. And I just wanted to commend you for having that ability to be flexible to change strategy when we recognized a need. So thank you for your work and the team on that, all those who are involved in that work. So thank you. And I did have one question, and that was also under the technology. It's neat to see that the tech team is trying to spend more time in schools, and I wondered if you could share a little bit more details what they are trying to do in their time in the schools.
I think they went out. I didn't go with them, so they did go out and just before Christmas again, kind of Christmas greetings, handed out Christmas cards, had quick chats with the administrators, and yeah, so yeah.
Andrea?
And I would love it if you could pass along our thanks to the caretaking teams and the facilities teams for keeping our schools warm and safe and snow-free. I witnessed you react to situations and get on the phone and get people where they needed to be. So thank you. And as always, thank you for the reminder, as Christina said, to walk like a penguin. It always makes me laugh.
I have a question in regards to, I'm going to find, the new registration form. So a question I always get asked, and probably lots of other trustees do at school councils, and it often comes up in regards to information sharing and making sure that the registration form always includes that school councils have the ability to share information or whatever. So there used to be on the old registration form, and I just wanted to make sure that on the new registration form, there's still a way that parents are checking off that they're okay to receive information from.
I will take that back.
Thank you.
Make sure it stays on there.
Perfect. Yeah. And then if you can let us know, because we as trustees pretty much get asked at every couple school council meetings, how and can we share information? And then I have in my notes as well the huge thank you to all of our staff across the division that with the winter conditions that came, we had bus drivers that had to drive on roads with conditions that I wouldn't want to be driving on, going across the West Hill, everything. We had all the staff that were out shoveling and taking care of all of those pieces. Of course, the broken pipes and all the staff at Chinook, and they needed to switch gears as well to how they were going to be doing their teaching too, not just the cleanup piece. And then all the staff for indoor recess, right? Like all those pieces. I know that's not all your area, but I think that all of our staff across the division should be commended for those couple of weeks that it was chilly and lots of snow and ice. So thank you. Craig.
A quick other question. Gary Station, I noticed some difference there the other day. Could you just report on that, please?
Yes, I forgot to talk about that because I didn't have the pictures before this. You'll get more pictures next month. Yes, so exciting week for Gary Station Elementary School under construction. Is the construction company had decided, because they knew the timing of weather, that maybe that they should have the gym walls prefabbed instead of masoned in place, which they normally do. It takes a bit longer process, but you need a long stretch of really good weather to do that. So banking that it might be really cold and nasty from like November to January, they had the gym walls prefabricated at a company in Fort Macleod, and so last week the walls came in and started going up, and we do have those pictures on our community engagement website under the Gary Station School. You can see the latest aerial photos that we get from Mike Harris of Lethbridge Headshots to show you the progress of the gym coming up. And when the gym walls are up, we have a school. Like it's just amazing how you go from a pile of dirt to a school and soon those walls are up. So it's pretty exciting. So now things will start rocking and rolling from there. And yeah, we're gonna have we'll have a structure up before we know.
Thank you. This weekend I was at an event, and one of the guys that was at the event was one of the guys that was hauling the walls last week. So he showed me some of the pictures, and all the guys on site were pretty excited, the guys and gals, to be putting together and seeing that school come together. Right? I know they were back out again early this week to keep bringing the walls, but it's pretty exciting. So. No other comments. So next we'll move on for instructional services report.
Yeah, and I'll jump in and take care of that. And if there's questions I can answer, I certainly will. Some of it will be covered in board priorities report as well. Just wanted to call your attention to a couple things. One is the work of the Fast Forward program with Nikki Kale. You had an opportunity to read the information, so I don't need to go through that. But that's primarily a program for students who are sort of at grade 12, kind of that 18 to 20 years old range. They haven't quite graduated, and Nikki really reaches out and does everything she can to help those students to graduate. And I think it's a great example of, often you don't see your work reflected in our results, but if you look at our results, our the 4 and 5 year completion numbers tend to be pretty good, even compared to, we'll see. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it and we'll experience a dip, but they've traditionally been pretty good, and it's programs like this that help with that. That's not exclusively the answer on it, but that's an example of the work that's done that actually, has a positive impact on our results. So it's pretty cool to see that when you can run a program and actually look at your results and go, okay, yeah, we can see the impact. So yeah, so just want to emphasize that. And then, Andrew, we were fortunate enough to have Andrew come to Division School Council to do the parent learning session. The last was 15th, it was 8 days ago. And as always, incredibly passionate. He could have spoke for probably another hour and would have had plenty to talk about and would have been more than passionate enough to talk about it. But really appreciate the work that he's doing, and to promote, work experience and career exploration and apprenticeships and all those things. And there's some other stuff on that we'll talk about later in our board priorities, give you an update on some of the work we're doing there. So yeah, those are the only highlights I wanted to hit, but if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. If I can't, we'll get back to you.
Jenny.
Thank you for presenting this information, and I recognize that you might not be able to answer this question, but if you might be able to bring us back the information. I've had a request for some parents who have students with exceptionalities and have been able to participate in our DIPT. Our DIPT table. T stands for table. Am I repeating myself? Does it? What does it stand for the public's sake?
I believe it's diversity, inclusion, parent table.
Parent table. Okay, that forum, I'll call it then. And have really appreciated that work, and have sent that request for another opportunity to the Division School Council, and it was relayed back there that we had some staffing gaps that now we have this report that there's been in this report, we can see that some of those spaces, there's been people already put in place to cover some of those. And so I've had requests to know if there will be a DIPT forum if we're looking at that anytime this year, or when that might be. Just a request for that forum to happen again, and to understand if that will happen under the new and temporary staffing organization there. So if you're able to answer that, great. And if you're not, if you're able to provide that information.
Yeah, I know Morag did come to the last DSC meeting and did talk about the DAPT, and did indicate that, yeah, it was her intention to run a DAPT again this year. I don't have specific details on that, but yeah, that was her intention. But I'll certainly make a note of that and make sure that if there's more details, we can get those to you as soon as possible.
Christina.
Thank you so much. And thanks to Morgan and her team for the information here and the highlights. I always love hearing about Fast Forward. I love that program so much. one thing as a board, I think we'd be interested in as we approach our strategic planning time is because fast forward takes so much time to really understand what are the barriers for students in achieving credits or graduation. Is there any learnings from operating that program that we should be aware of to try to head off those barriers? Like, is there anything that we could be implementing earlier for these students so they don't hit those barriers? So as we think about as we get closer to strategic planning, it'd just be something I'd be interested in of like, 80% of the students say this one thing and we could fix it. We should fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking my language, because when I talk about, some of my priorities, one of them is personalize the learning experience as much as we can. And if you look at fast forward, in many ways, that's really what it's about, is personalizing and more of that sort of one-on-one. And part of the challenge in schools, particularly in high schools, is, due the numbers, due to a whole bunch of factors, it's hard to personalize that instruction. And that's something I think we need to focus on. So yeah, definitely something we can talk about. And what are the learnings of this successful program? And you're exactly right. How does that apply in other areas? And maybe can we use it as a tool as a preventative tool? So yeah, great stuff.
Christine and then Craig.
I just had a question about nurses in our schools. I know in January at Churchill, there was an orientation of 12 nurses in the program, and my question is, when these student nurses come into our schools, they lead a project. Is this a project that the school division or the school has a voice in implementing, or a need, or is this a program that the nursing students come with? Do you know that answer?
I don't know that answer, but I can see if I can find that. Yeah.
If I can speak to you a little bit, if you want, from wellness too, but I'll do it. We talked about it a little bit at the wellness committee. It's one of the sort of report backs that they provide there. And it is like a collaborative decision around what kind of projects get designed. And in my experience, having supervised nurses, obviously not in schools, it is that they come with, every learner comes with their own, targets or goals or passion projects. And I think every project aims to highlight those so that we get effective results, but they're also based on the needs of the school or the division, as well as the needs of like our students and the capacities of those supervising them. So yeah, very collaborative, I think.
Craig and then Andrea.
Just wonder what our division off-campus student support does. We've hired a new person, it looks like.
Yes, I was going to discuss that in board priorities report, but I'm happy to discuss it now. So yeah, Sarah Ronson. And so just so you know, it's a partnership with Careers. Careers used to be Careers the Next Generation, and their mandate is they're funded by the provincial government, and their mandate is to provide students with internships that maybe will lead to careers, that sort of thing, not necessarily apprenticeships. So that's their mandate. So they have partnered with us. They're interested in that. We have a bit of a gap in terms of providing career supports at our high schools. So Sarah will be working at all of our high schools. She'll be providing support, whether it be resume building, assisting with post-secondary opportunities and applications, helping students to navigate potential careers, work, that sort of thing.
So because it says off campus, that means she goes to all the different campuses?
No, when we say off campus, usually what we're talking about is off campus work experiences.
Okay, now is that similar to like the green program? Or?
Yeah, she wouldn't work specifically with Greens, but yes, Greens certificate would be part of an off-campus program. And just so everyone knows, Greens certificate is it's an opportunity where students can work. It's primarily agricultural based. So we don't have many students in our division do it. I know we have some at Emmanuel Christian, but they can get credits and towards their high school diploma through working in the agriculture industry.
And so her job is.
So she probably wouldn't do much with Greens. No. Andrew would do more of that, but yeah, her job is to come in and fill some of those gaps, okay, especially around resume writing. How do you find a job? Those sorts of things.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Andrea.
I know Morag last year had said that they were meeting about how our division is supporting severe behaviors throughout our division. And I would just love some feedback about the process and what they're doing, if they go from school to school, what are advanced CAs doing, things like that.
Okay, so just clarify for me, who do you mean by they?
Well, Morag said that last year they had started to meet about how we are supporting severe behaviors throughout our division. And so I just wanted some feedback about where they had gotten with that or what the process is. Are people going from school to school?
Through the behavior support team?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, well, we can get you that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions or comments, I know I have some of mine for the board priorities report that are in that area, but I'll save it for that. Seeing none, thank you. And we'll move on to our human resources. Go ahead, Robbie.
It's short and sweet. Any questions for me? I don't have anything specifically to speak to unless there were questions from the floor.
I have a couple of questions. They're not tough. So I've seen in Morag's report, as well as you speak about the internal applicants. Can you tell me in our division, because I get a lot of questions of how does internal, how do we decide it's internal or not, and how do all positions, if they're just temporary, are they still go to internal competition, or are there appointments, or without going into detail?
Right.
Just,
Are you speaking about teachers or support staff?
Ed center staff. I don't know if they're all teachers. Yeah, so I guess both. So because there's been some recent movement, right? So there's lots of
Within the Ed Center?
Yep.
So any position that's posted would be an open position for application. And that would be true for, well, not within the school year, but within the Ed Center, anybody can apply on it. There wouldn't be like an internal round or, so it would be an open competition posting.
So even when they're billing the positions for people that are off on temporary sick leave, those would be open competitions, or they would be internal?
That's a good question. Sure.
Sorry.
No,
And if
that's
it's-
okay. That's
I
okay.
could wait for an answer another time.
Well, we have,
Okay.
yeah, there's just different rules for union, non-union.
Okay.
And
I'll talk just generally about teachers. We'll talk a bit at the school level, then we can talk specifically about the Ed Center. So hopefully it'll make sense. So at the school level, there's always a question about, do we advertise every position? The answer is no. There are temporary positions that just come up suddenly and you don't know how long it's going to be. And so, somebody comes in and subs after 5 days, they go on contract rate. And so now we realize that it's going to be a leave for 3 months. We typically wouldn't re-advertise that if that's a good fit and everybody agrees, because that person already knows the kids, they've already started to plan all those sorts of things. So we wouldn't want to just throw an ad for the sake of throwing an ad. So yes, there are absolutely times where we won't advertise something. There's other times where it's a temporary position and we go ahead and advertise it. So it really depends. At the Ed Center, a little bit different, but similar. So if it's an open position, then generally speaking, we would advertise it. There could be exceptions to that. I'm not going to say 100%. There are times where we appoint people to positions. That absolutely happens. In the case of recently, we had, a temporary, we have somebody who's off temporarily, and then there's been a bit of an internal shuffle. I think in that one, we might have even just done an expression of interest and just did that internally within the school divisions. And sometimes we won't even do a full blown interview. We won't ask people. That's something we put in last year. Kind of some feedback from staff that maybe we don't always have to go with a cover letter and resume and the full blown interview process. These folks are already on continuing contract with us. And so we know that they're confident and have skills, and so we probably don't need a cover letter for them, but we do need to get a sense of what are their strengths and weaknesses, what is their background, and then, have a bit of a mini interview with them. So it really varies. It's kind of case by case. There's no hard and fast. On the non-union side, it can be a little more hard and fast because sometimes there are provisions in collective agreements where you have to advertise certain jobs, whereas on the teacher side, there is a little more flexibility there.
Thank you. Helps me understand when I get asked the question. I'm like, I don't know. So it's confusing regardless, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Craig.
A number of teachers, are those just mainly temporary contracts since December 6th?
Yes, those would be temporary contracts and then an extension on those contracts. So sometimes we have leaves that get extended. And so those contracts change. So when you see that, that could be an extension of a previous contract already in place.
So if someone added on to their leave, then you would just extend the contract. to
Correct.
them.
Anytime there's changes to any contract in a date, a new contract is issued. And so that's where you're seeing that number increase.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
And also in my notes, I just wanted to say thank you. It's great to see that there's a lot of additional staff that are here that you've listed, and it really is about that, the growth and the new funding, and that is going into our classrooms to directly support our students. And that's important to this board and to our community. So thank you. Jenny.
Yeah, just dovetailing off that, with the enrollment growth allocation specifically, can you speak to that a little bit? With 17 schools have received increases, just maybe the process behind making those decisions and what that added support looks like. It gives a little bit more information on that.
You bet. So was it back in November, we received some additional enrollment growth funding, and Executive Council sent out a form for school administrators to complete about some of their areas of concern, hotspots, where they felt like they needed additional support. And so we looked over that form. 17 schools put requests in for an increase in FTE for either support staff or teaching staff. We got together with instructional services. We were able to allocate some teacher FTE before Christmas, some EA FTE right after Christmas. And then as we looked at it, Executive Council decided that we should, if we could, give something to all 17 schools that made the request, and we were able to do that at some level. Full request, maybe not. So 12 elementary, 12 schools received educational assistant hours, an increase, and 6 schools received teacher FTE allocation at some level. And I will say that it was like Christmas making those phone calls, and those administrators were incredibly grateful. It was a very fun day for Rhonda and I to make those calls.
Andrea.
I just wanted to add my thanks for that. That just warms my heart because thanks for taking the initiative to send that out, and so happy that people responded and that money could be used to support students. So thank you so much.
Seeing no further questions or comments, see, it wasn't so bad. We will then move on to superintendent's report. The first one is board priorities report. Mike.
Okay, and as always, I'll hit some highlights, and then if you have questions, happy to do my best to answer them, or if I can't, we'll get back to you on it. So I think you're aware of this, but maybe not, that we have a new page on our website that provides students, staff, parents, and community members with an opportunity to provide input on policies that are being reviewed. So we're kind of excited to test that out and see if it works. Maybe it won't work, but initially we're happy with it. I'm sure we'll have to tweak it, get it a little better, but we'll see if that's something that's valued, or maybe it's something that isn't valued. We'll see how things go. But yeah, it's a great opportunity to get started on that anyways. Also wanted to acknowledge Human Resources attending the U of L Career Fair. I believe that's actually going to be tomorrow. Always good to connect with the community, and HR department's always really good about attending a whole variety of career fairs whenever possible. Kind of a neat one that warms your heart, where the Children's Autism Services of Edmonton reached out to the tech department. They were able to help out with some of our technology that was going to be evergreened anyways. So that's pretty cool. Like to see that. It was mentioned earlier about Alberta Education is gathering feedback and working on the new social studies curriculum, and so they are engaging with stakeholders. And Aaron did go to a meeting last week. There's one that's actually going on right now, I think. I don't know if it's done, but there's one that's going on. But Aaron has been attending that, so we have been going to those and keeping an eye on them, just so you know. I also want to skip down to schools who received funding from the Learning Disruption Grant, have started their literacy assessments and interventions this January. A couple things on that. That's what we call the BOOST program, and the boost program got cut by about half this last year. I think that was the government's plan all along, was to sort of fade out that support. So that is what it is. One of the neat things, I guess the silver lining is it forced us to take a look at the way we were doing it. And so the elementary principals agreed, instead of trying to kind of spread it out, let's be a little more targeted and give a little more time at specific schools. And they've also really tried to not just have somebody kind of parachuting in to try and do the intervention, but actually free up teachers at the school who know the kids who can do the intervention. So I think those are potentially positive things. And I know there was questions around, there was a quote unquote ed center position that was advertised in January, but really what it was it was some of the boost teachers. We had hired them for boost positions, but then we used the enrollment growth funding to put them into a classroom and to make some class sizes smaller. So we had to re-advertise those positions. So just one of those little strange little things that happens every now and then. And I mentioned Sarah Ronson earlier. Really excited about that opportunity to support our kids a little more with career exploration, that sort of thing. She'll be working with all of our high schools, and really nice to have that partnership with careers. We really appreciate them. I'll skip to early learning, just a very quick update because I know it's something of interest to the board. I'm looking over at Andrea and kind of chuckling. I know it's an area of passion for her. We are exploring the kinder care pilot program. So Rochelle has sent an email out, and we talked about it at one of our elementary meetings with our principals, kind of introduced the concept, and then schools, Rochelle sent out a form. Schools could say, yeah, I'm interested. We have, it looks like about, don't quote me on the exact number, I believe it's 8 schools that have expressed some interest, and from all the quadrants of the city, so north, south, and west. So that's really good. I mean, we're obviously not going to be able to do 8 programs, but it's good to know that there's interest out there. And so Rochelle, and obviously we'll keep the board updated as we move through this. And now that now we can start to get down to a little bit of decision making about what the programs might look like. So anyways, that is happening. And if you have questions on that later, we're certainly happy to answer those. I also want to talk about diversity. If you come into this, one of the things that I see all the time is I see Sajin and Carmen who work in our EAL department, and they are always with families doing intakes here in this office. And there's 2 things to that. One is just, it's a symbol of our city and how we're growing in that regard. But, if we're going to be the education center, it really is nice to see students and families in, yes, we got to do business and all those sorts of things, but it's really nice to see the kids and the families here. It's a neat way to have a first connection with them. So just wanted to say that. That's just one thing that always stands out to me. International programs, as Trish notes in here, it's doing really well. And you know that Trish has retired, but she is going to stay on and do the international programming for us part-time till we kind of figure out ultimately what we're going to do. We wish Trish all the best, and we'll certainly miss her, but happy that we're going to have her working with us for a little while in that capacity. And then if you look at priority leading learning and capacity building under divisional professional learning, really interesting. I think we're going to see a lot more interest and need in professional learning around coding. That's starting to become more in the curriculum, starting to become more of an area of interest. And so it's a great opportunity for educators, but it's also another thing. And I know for some of our educators, they feel very comfortable with it and others don't. So that's an area I think we'll really need to continue to support on professional learning. So those are just a few of the highlights that I wanted to hit. And if there's questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, on the new social studies curriculum, is it possible that at one of our committee of the whole, we can have update on the new curriculum? Because we get questions from parents all the time about curriculum, and it would be nice if we knew what was going on with English and numeracy from K to 6, plus social studies and the new health program, just so that we're aware of it. And so that if we have a question that's asked of us and we can't answer it, we still know where we can send people to. So I'm just wondering if that's a potential thing to do at a committee of the whole.
Short answer is yes, if everybody agrees. And I know Erin is very keen to come and present on you. She'd like to present on some of the literacy and numeracy results that we talked about last board meeting that are a little tricky to navigate and understand. So she's already sent me a couple emails saying, hey, I'm ready to go whenever it's committee of the whole. I'd love to be there or whatever format. So it's pretty easy for her to do that as well and provide you with an update on that. So yeah, we'd love to do that at an upcoming committee of the whole.
And I can just share that actually from 1:30 to 3 today, trustees board chairs were invited to a meeting. Obviously, we didn't have the resources, but Mike had Aaron, I believe Aaron was going to try to attend that. So I do have some information from that I can share at in-camera meeting at this point. That's all I have for the social studies piece.
Erin wasn't able to make this one, but as I mentioned earlier, she did attend a previous one. So I think it's the same session.
And I had signed up for it so that I received the information. So I do have all of the information that I can share. We just weren't able to, and we can still provide feedback. So, but I have all the information from the session.
No, I just think it's important for trustees to know the curriculum because we get asked that all the time. And the more information we know, the better we can talk to the public. And the better we know if we get a question that we don't know, we can say, well, talk to this person. So thank you.
Jenny and then Andrea.
Just under the collaborative partnerships to support learning with Morgan and Jen Day, booking meetings with the elementary administrator, counseling pairs to touch base regarding the new counseling model. I'm wondering if that was a model that was implemented, it looks like this year. Is that something that we can look at or is accessible or information we can get more detail on what the new model is, or is that just an area of?
Yeah, we could. There's ongoing conversation. I can give you a 30,000 foot view right now, but we can certainly get into more detail. But yeah, they did make some changes to the model and how staff are used in the past. There was some sharing of staff between schools. Then a couple years ago, there was a move towards not sharing, trying to have people just at one school. And this past year, there was a bit of a move to a little bit more sharing based on some of the needs in the division. And so they're just working through that because as with anything, there's some hiccups and questions that come with that. So yeah, it's an area that we'll be discussing administratively moving forward, and happy to connect with you.
So it's more of an organization of people than it is of actual practice.
Correct. Yeah.
Understood.
But the two things are not totally separate either, right? Like they are related. Yeah. But it's more of an organizational thing.
Okay.
I had in my notes as well that I plan to ask questions in regards to this. I'm just wondering if we could have a follow-up update on the meeting that they have in February, just to provide us with a bit of information, because we as trustees, I think, hear a lot and have heard a lot, both from the staff that are in these positions as well as administrators. And I think for us as trustees, as we move into our strategic planning and our budgeting, I think it's important that we hear and understand, especially from that update that Jen and Morag will be able to get from the front line, if we can kind of get some more information on that. So that was, I had the same item, Jenny. Thank you.
We can do that.
Okay, Andrea.
Thank you so much for the update on the kindergarten play and learn program. And I'm just so happy that there's an interest in it with 8 schools. And also, thank you for sharing technology with the Edmonton Autism Services. I just love to hear that technology can move from one location to another. The only thing that never left my classroom were my 4 Apple IIes.
Yeah. So I have a few comments in my notes. So the first one is the feedback form on the website for policy. I think that's great. We'll certainly see where it goes to, but I think it's an opportunity and a way that all stakeholders can have that access to be able to provide that feedback. And I think that's really important and key. Of course, I had as well the Chinook, or the Children's Autism Services piece. Warms my heart to hear that and to know that. I often get asked, and what happens to our old tech? What happens to our smart boards? And so it's nice to be able to give that as an example. I know that there's other places as well, and certainly places locally, but definitely warms my heart that it's the. I know lots of people at the Children's Autism Society in Edmonton, so that's great. Next is the career transition. Great to hear about the collaboration. And in the note that they have here, so it's actually the point right after the one on the Children's Autism Services. So they speak in here in regards to if board members plan to attend the competition, if we could kindly ensure to take a moment to visit and observe the students in action. So that's on March 16th. So I'm just wondering, as trustees, I think that we would love to help and participate, but if we could get some information on that, because we haven't been provided, I haven't seen anything anyway, in regards to our attendance on the Saturday, March 16th for that event. And I think it'd be great for trustees to be able to be out there and engage. Did you get where that bullet point was?
I did.
Okay, sounds good. Next item I have is under the growing learning and achievement. So the Learning Commons facilitators piece. Um, so it looks like there's lots of work happening there with the Learning Commons facilitators and the philosophy and the 5 standards of practice, which I think is great. And I think looking at this one, I've certainly heard from a lot of the Learning Commons facilitators just in regards to their role and how that's changed over the last number of years. And I think looking at it from the governance perspective is really back to that piece of us looking from strategic planning lens as well as the budget piece, and just looking at how, if we're moving to them doing these 5 standards of practice, the role that we're expecting them to do, does it still fall within that, or is there any budgetary implications if there's any change to that? So I think if we could get an update, or if you have information. Yeah, sure.
I won't fully answer your question, but it's definitely Learning Commons. I mean, Learning Commons used to be libraries. So there's a time where we had libraries in schools. And then from the Alberta education, there's a shift towards moving towards more of a Learning Common. And really, essentially, a Learning Common is it's just a little more, it's a little more than a library. So yes, there's still a library element where kids take books and read. There's a strong literacy component, but you can do some other more creative things, makerspace, that sort of thing. So there definitely in this division has been a shift away and in all divisions from sort of the traditional library model to a Learning Commons model. What the challenge has been is every school does Learning Commons a little differently, depending on who your administration is, who your Learning Commons facilitator is. If you're a principal that's really passionate about literacy, then you might really focus on literacy. If you're a principal that's really passionate about technology and innovation, then you might focus more on technology and innovation. So it's been a challenge to say, well, what is the expectation of a Learning Commons facilitator? So this is part of that work to clarify that expectation. But you're exactly right. As those positions change, how do we support people in making those transitions? What's sort of the common vision across it? Because there should be something unifying it. We've got to give schools autonomy, but we also need to give some direction. So that's what that's about. And you're right, that conversation is ongoing for sure.
And I think even if it's not that it comes back to the board meeting in February or anything, but for our strategic planning session in March, I think it'd be important for us to know and understand what that looks like and that shift, and if it is the 5 standards of practice still within what they're doing, or is there more to their role than what's covered in that 5 standards of practice. So the next on my list, I had the under division professional development. So our tech department, of course, I always say how wonderful they are because they do so much in all of our schools. I had the opportunity, I know that you talk in here about the 3D printing. And so I had the opportunity to see the crew of our tech department in action as they taught that 3D printing course. And not only is it that our tech department supports our staff within our division, but it is other divisions in our area and in our community. And the work that they're doing and 3D printing is one of those things that teachers can have a general interest, a start interest, get into that STEM world and start to go down there. But our tech department has gone above and beyond with the YouTube videos that they've produced. And that doesn't just support our students and our staff, but other divisions within our zone. And then of course, other places too. So I think just that the professional learning that happens and that our staff are offering to others within our area and our teachers and support staff is phenomenal. So huge shout out to them. That 3D printing course was amazing. So thank you. And then my other item was the one that was already brought up in regards to the new counseling model piece. So Jenny.
I just wanted to pass along a request that has come from public. Sometimes we have a tendency to use acronyms that are familiar to us, but not always to the public. And so if we can continue in our efforts to describe what our acronyms are in doing all of our reporting, not just this report. But the other thing that I wanted to ask about is under Division Professional Learning, Rebecca and Phil Williams facilitated a presentation geared toward supporting shifting perspectives from compliance to commitment regarding ISPs. Could you speak to ISPs a little bit and the effort that's being done there a little bit and how those are supporting learning in our division?
Yeah. So ISPs are essentially just individual student plans for if a student has specific challenges, whether they be behavioral, academic, whatever they might be, then there's an expectation not only from the division, but provincially that we have some of that recorded and we have, what are the challenges? What are some of the strategies that we're going to use? Sometimes it'll have communication in there, that sort of thing. And so, I may have to get you more detail on specifically what that was, but when we talk about shifting from compliance to commitment, we really want ISPs, those student plans, to be living, breathing documents that impact the work that happens in the classroom. And the reality is it's probably a mix of both in education. I'm not just Lethbridge School Division in general. Sometimes, it's like I got to fill this out and I just get it filled out. And other times it's no, this is really important and we're going to use this to guide our work. So I believe that's a big part of it is, how do you make that a living, breathing document? And in fairness to our teachers, it's a great example of, a lot of it is just time. Like that can be a very useful tool, but you also, if you're trying to do it off the side of your desk, then, it sometimes doesn't become that. Anything you'd add on that, Robbie? I know you have experience with that.
I'll just add that's where that response to intervention and that those collaborative conversations come in really handy when you're working as a learning team. So you're not doing it in isolation off the side of your desk. That's when that cohesiveness comes in, where that document does become a living, breathing document that changes and flexes as the child grows and improves, or they reevaluate what strategies might need to be changed or improved.
Craig.
Jenny twigged something in my thought. Acronyms. SIVA training and VITRA training. And then what do they mean and how are they effective for students?
SIVA, I can't remember what the acronym is. Supporting individuals?
Supporting individual valued attachments.
Do you want to go ahead? Do you want to talk about SIVA and then I can talk
Yeah.
about VITRA?
SIVA's been around for a really long time, and it's many school divisions are practicing that work. And the acronym rings true to last resort as an intervention to restrain a child. Historically, that would have been a first resort. And so it's the least intrusive relationship valued attachment approach to working with students with some significant challenges and making sure that both the student and the staff are safe in those situations. And so it's a comprehensive approach that looks at all of that angle and also that self-regulation and co-regulation piece between the student and the staff member that's working with them so that it doesn't escalate to the point of a violent or aggressive interaction that leads to a potential restraint.
And then VITRA
Yeah.
is violent threat risk assessment protocol. We are part of Lethbridge School Division. Most of the school divisions a bit down south are part of the VITRA sort of network, which is training that Kevin Cameron brought in many, many years ago and continues to work with most of our school divisions. And it's really about students where we see a change in their baseline behavior that's potentially threatening, could be violent, that sort of thing. And it's really about collecting data and figuring out why has this changed and what does this mean and what can we do to support the student and make sure that this doesn't continue to escalate and turn into something big. And it's, you know, it's intended to be very multidisciplinary, so it'll often involve administration, counseling, sometimes Lethbridge Police Service will support us with VITRAs. There's a variety of people that could be involved in it.
So my question, again, a follow-up is, are parents involved in these?
It depends on the VITRA and the situation, but often, yes, they will be involved. I've done VITRAs where the parent has been involved, and I've done VITRAs where the parent hasn't necessarily been involved.
And I guess my comment is sometimes in education, if you're involved in it throughout the years, like I have, you understand what these acronyms mean. But we also have every year new parents coming into the system where they don't have a clue what these mean. And so I think somehow, and I don't know how we could do it, but we could look at it as somehow giving that information on our webpage or something that says, here's some definitions, here's some acronyms if you need, you know, just so that new parents or parents that aren't used to the education system have a better idea of what's going on. And I guess it's just, I've had a couple of parents phone me about that, and they were very concerned about a situation. And so I, you know, I passed it on because I can't answer it. But it would be nice somehow if we just remember that there's always new people coming into our school system.
Yeah, no, it's a great point and something we got to continue to remind ourselves of. And I'm bad for acronyms. I know that. And I'll throw them around and it is one of those, it's a barrier to people accessing the system and understanding the system. And one of our biggest jobs in education is to try and see those barriers and as much as possible remove them. So it's a great example. Yeah.
I will also add to it for those two specific acronyms, you would only know that or actually realize they exist unless your child's been involved. So if a child has an ISP or an IPP, that learning team would speak to SEVA training, and it would be part of some of those supports and protocols that were in place if there was a behavior plan or a safety plan. As far as a violent risk threat assessment, you would be called if there was a level 1 or level 2 assessment as a parent. But if your child was never involved in that, you may never know what it was. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on the board priorities report? So next we'll move on to donations and support.
Great, and I'll talk very briefly, and this is one of the most enjoyable parts of the board report is to be able to say, like, look at how the great things our community does to support us. And I mean, I don't need to read through all of them, but once again, I know I sound like a broken record, and I'm going to say the same thing every time. So grateful to the community for the way they support our schools. We're very, very fortunate. That comes from having good relationships and just lots of people in Lethbridge who care. So pretty awesome.
Thank you. Next is acknowledgements of excellence.
Yeah, and I'll just go through again. I don't need to read all of it, but I did want to talk about Proby's soaring to the summit. I had an opportunity to chat with Keith at the beginning of the year, and he talked about this, and they were just kind of walking through it, and so it's been really interesting to see the progression. So really, the concept is you sort of start at a certain level at the beginning of the year, and then through the year you continue to progress, and that's just a way to engage students, but a way in particular to communicate to parents about here's where our learning is. So we start at the base camp and then we move through all the way on the way to the summit of learning, for lack of a better term. So I really like the analogy. Obviously, you can see from the results here that they've had high levels of student and parent engagement. So that's absolutely outstanding. Really looking forward to hearing about you know, how this went through the year, because this has been a challenge as we talk about report cards and assessments and what is good assessment, and then how do you report that to parents? Because the reality is, if you give a 75% or something like that from a learning perspective, that might not be the richest descriptor of learning, but certainly to me of a certain generation, 75% tells me something, right? And many of our parents, that is a language that they understand. And so how do we bridge that gap? And this is one of those examples. So yeah, really, really neat stuff that they're doing over there. And LCI, that first paragraph talking about the work that they've done in relation to, permeation of Indigenous ways of knowing, Indigenous perspectives, that sort of thing. And I know at the end of September, I had the opportunity to speak at their Truth and Reconciliation event, and it was really well done. I mean, they had, the large teepee, and they had done a whole bunch of things that week, and it was just really well done. So certainly appreciate the work that LCI has done there. And then, of course, they talk about their considerable growth. LCI has grown substantially. They have in particular, a very large grade 9 group, which we knew was coming. That was the largest group in the city, the grade 8s going into grade 9 this last year. So it creates challenges. It's a nice problem to have because it means we have more kids coming to our schools. We like that, but they've done a good job with that, and facilities and school administration, because that building has to change to meet more kids, and so that's the needs of more kids. So that's really helped, and they've certainly seen growth in their English as an additional language program. We had put in a little additional staffing before the start of the school year, and really need to continue to look at that. And I think that's going to be an area of growth throughout the division, and in particular at LCI. I think we're going to see those numbers be up there for a while. Yeah. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Questions or comments? So I have one comment in regards to Dr. Proby. I, as well, with the Soaring to the Summit, I think that it's great to see the use of engagement with our parent community and students to just bring them in a different way, and really that that engagement into something that is with the instructional strategies, the assessment and support. So really that academic piece that often parents come in, and nothing wrong with the other events like coming in and carving a pumpkin and stuff, but I think that we often see parents not knowing for sure what's happening in the academic world, and just really having that opportunity and that concerted effort to have that engagement in that academic piece. So thank you. Christy?
I just want to follow. I was actually at the October 19th event that they had and walked around, and it was really, the kids were so excited to show the goals that they had set for the year and where they were at. And the parents were all like really engaged and excited. And so it was an amazing event. I was impressed.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mike. And next is Town Hall.
Awesome. And I know we've talked about Town Hall a lot. We don't need to go over the questions. Bit of a new format this year, so we'll see if we can pull that off and make that all work from a facilitation perspective. But we're excited to try something new, and if there is some glitches, we'll work through those. The key is getting people together and giving them an opportunity to give us feedback and to help us with our strategic planning. Also, really important to emphasize, and I got to do a better job on this. Make sure I'm emphasizing that everybody's welcome at Town Hall, that we want to have a good turnout, that we're excited to have, and the more people we can get, the better the event will be. So certainly, definitely want to get many communities members there. And Garrett, Kristen, and I will be working in the next day or two. We'd like to get out some communication, get an agenda out, see all those sorts of things, and really just continue to provide some more of those details and remind people, hey, we'd love to get you out. And there is a sign-up sheet, and so it's a form that you fill out, and we'd love to have you and look forward to the feedback. And yeah, it's on the website. Yeah. But we'll make sure we do a little more communication on that. That's part of our plan in the next day or two, and make sure that people are aware. I think, we've been talking about the event for a while, so that's known. The questions have been known for a while, but now I think we really got to focus in on the details so people know some of those details and where can they find the information. How do I sign up? Make that as easy, as seamless as possible.
Excellent. Jenny?
Thank you, Mike. Can we just clarify for the public how they can be involved in this, and what that process is, and as you're developing out that communication, that further communication in these next few days, where they should look for it?
So I may ask Garrett to tell us specifically where it is on the website, or maybe we can put it up on the screen here. Garrett, can you tell us specifically where it is on the website and what the easiest way to get to it is?
You'll need to come over to a mic. Kristen, can people see this screen as you're sharing it? Okay.
Okay, so the town hall stuff is on the front page of the website. There's been a number of items that have been added in the last little while, so it might have got pushed down a little bit. So I will make sure it's on the, just scroll down there, Kristen. So there's a featured area right there. So I'm going to put it right there. So it'll be right there. It'll be front and center so everyone can see it. So I put the kindergarten registration process up there just because that's the most pertinent one. So come starting tomorrow, I'll put the town hall up there so people can go right to the front page of the website and find it right there on the featured news post.
Sorry, Jenny, I forgot you had another question in there. I was going to ask
just-
her, and now I've
Just,
lost it.
what I'm asked most often is, how do I get involved? And so I think that information about, do I need to register? What if it's the day of and I didn't register? What if I want to come last minute? It worked out. Can I show up 15 minutes late if my schedule, questions like that. How do I get involved? How can I be involved if I can't attend that night? Just those details, I think.
Yeah, and we can communicate that out, but I can also share that now. Those are all great questions, and yes, we expect that we'll have people that walk up that night and come in, and we'll just have to get them organized and that sort of thing. Not a big deal. So certainly we encourage people to sign up as early as possible because that gives us time to prepare, make sure we have enough facilitators and all those sorts of things. But we recognize people will, just because of life circumstances, all of a sudden you go, hey, I've got some free time. I wanted to come to this. Absolutely. And if you can't make it, so obviously the first thing is come to town hall, share your perspective. If we can do that, that would be great. Then the other thing that'll be happening is a survey will be released the day of the town hall or the next day. And so anybody who doesn't attend can also fill out that survey and provide their feedback that way.
Sounds good. So thank you. And I would reiterate as well to please sign up. It's a great event. As a board, we want you to come. We want to use the information that you share. We use that towards our strategic plan and our budget, as well as all the other conversations that we have and emails that we get. But we have very specific questions in this for us to gather a large amount of information. So please come and share your information and your thoughts, as well as filling out the survey after. So, Christina.
Just another frequently asked question to add is, what if I have children in multiple age groups?
Yeah, you mean in terms of elementary, middle school, high school conversation? Yeah, what we'll tell people is just, you'll have to choose one of them, whichever one you feel most comfortable. Maybe in the future we'll look at, do we give people more opportunities then? But when they do the survey, they will have the opportunity to give feedback on all three of those. So that opportunity will be present for them.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing people there. Next up is calendar of events. If you can put that up on the screen, Kristen, and then Mike.
Yeah, it's there, and unless usually the board will pick out things that, hey, we should add this in.
I got two.
Yeah, so go for it.
Andrea and then Craig.
There is a Spirit of 51 committee meeting on January 31st at 9.
Craig.
Yeah, I guess it would come under a committee of the whole on the 29th of January, 2 to 4. And just an update.
Sorry, what were you saying?
January or February 29th.
Okay, I'm like,
Yeah. February 29th.
what am I missing on January 29th?
You freaked me out a little bit there, Craig. I was like, oh, I
well, I
get ready for
did.
a meeting.
Anyway, February 29th.
29th, the committee of the whole boundary meeting.
Yeah.
So
And,
just hang on, Kristen, were you able to get that it's the boundary meeting for the
Uh,
whole board? Okay.
And then just letting people know that on the 14th, you have to register for the Teams meeting, but we have no location so that we can't hold a hybrid. It's got to be all virtual for the ASBA Zone 6 meeting, which is unfortunate, but.
And then if I can add on, I believe, maybe I'll be corrected, February 28th, community engagement. Okay, so February 28th, community engagement. Do you have the time, Christina? 6:30? Just hang on. Okay, so February 28th, 7 o'clock, community engagement. And other parents are invited to come to that, even if you are not one of the originally put up your hand. And what? And students, yes, for sure. So, Craig.
February 8th and 9th, Public School Boards Association council meeting. And anyone from the board can, you have to register by February 1st or January, I would say January 31st. And then just register. And if you want, you can come up.
For PSBA. And we actually have our tech department is going to be presenting on Thursday. I think I am too.
Yes, I found that out via the grapevine,
Sorry.
not from here, but as I was talking to the secretary, the executive assistant up there,
Yes.
she says, "Oh, your board is you've got
presenting?
Jesse Senlowski and somebody else and Allison presenting." And I go, "Oh, that's interesting."
Yes, myself and Jesse will be presenting.
And there's one other person coming.
Koji, I think.
Koji, yeah.
Yep.
Esports. Anyway, that'll be up there too, so I will not be alone.
Yep. You will not be alone. I will be there. Excellent. Thank you very much. And now we are going to move into our first quarter financial report. And we have Avis to join us in the hot seat. I see she does not have a mic. So Craig, can you share the mic? Thank you. Christine, are you planning to?
Yeah, I'll just open up. So yeah, while Avis gets settled. So of course, we when we start the school year, we're heavily involved in closing the year end. We're trying to finish things off from the prior school year, and then we roll straight into adapting and adjusting the budget for the school year based on what we know. And then finally, when we set that aside, then we get to look at how did we do in the first quarter of our report. You know, how are we doing? And so Avis is here to present to you the financial status from September to November 30th of this school year, and then she's going to start working on budget. Hold on, there we go. All right, so I'm pleased to present the 2023-2024 first quarter report, Finance at a Glance, ending November 30th, 2023. So this presentation is an overview of the quarterly reporting and is a supplement to the actual quarterly report that's within the board package. So these reports, just as a reminder, are based on the operating budget. Like other reports, they're updated for the September 30th budget, as that more accurately represents the operations of the division. Just one item to note as well. So as at November 30th, there had been no significant changes to the September 30th operating budget. However, for the quarter two report, which will be ending February 2024, it'll show an increase to the Alberta Ed funding as a result of the supplemental enrollment growth funding. And then just a reminder, similar to previous presentations, we'll display the financial data by budget, forecast, and compared into year to date in both charts. And then just a reminder for the check marks, the green means that it's within forecasted costs, and then the yellow is monitoring the cost, but it's still within budget. So those are the two that we're using for this presentation. So let's get into it. So starting with revenues, overall comparable to forecast, which was at 25%. So as at November 30th, we've received 24% of our budgeted revenues. The largest variance in this section is, of course, with Alberta Education, because it is our largest revenue source. And this is just due to the timing of some of the grants throughout the year. Sometimes we receive them in lump sum, sometimes we receive them little chunks throughout 12 months of the year, so it just kind of depends. And then as well, just school fees, as all possible fees are budgeted for in the year. So that's why we keep that one looks a little lower than expected. For expenditures, so it's overall comparable to forecast. The forecast was predicted to be 26.6%, and the actual costs were 25.8%.
So the reason why the forecasted expenditures are higher than the traditional 25, 25, 25 is that either some expenses are just 10 months versus 12 months, or that some expenses were paid fully within the first quarter. So as shown in the chart, we'll do both expenses by program and expenses by type. So we'll start with the programs. So we'll start with instruction pre-K. So this is within forecasted costs were 27.7%, and the actuals were just over 25%, 25.2. The majority of the staff is paid over 10 months. So this is why this 27% is a little bit higher than the traditional 25. So overall, it is within in budget. For instruction for kindergarten to grade 12, it's at the forecasted is at 25.5%, and the year to date is at 25.4. So pretty much bang on, which is always nice to see. For operations and maintenance, the forecast is at 28.3%. Our year to date is at 26.8. This forecasted costs are a little bit higher than the traditional 25. That's because insurance costs were within the first quarter. And then as well, some operations maintenance is always kind of a flow through of when projects are happening during the year. For transportation, it's at 31.7% of its total budget. This is over forecasted costs of the 29.6, or approximately $70,000. So the budget does not take into account the potential additional revenues that the division receives monthly from Alberta Education for the fuel price contingency, which the division receives if diesel is over $1.25 per liter. So far for September, October, November, the division's received approximately $12,000 for the fuel contingency. As well, the remainder of this is expected to be covered once the final adjustment for the transportation grant has been reviewed and completed by Alberta Education. So we just haven't adjusted it yet till it's been fully reviewed. System administration is at 30.7% of its total budget. So this is under the forecasted costs of 32.9. So again, the reason why this forecasted cost is higher than the average 25% is due to insurance, memberships, and the audit costs all coming out within the first quarter. And last but not least, the external services or the international program is at 9.4% of its total budget. So this does look odd. So the reason for this decrease of approximately 78,000, so upon my discussion with the international program team, quarter two had more travel as well as homestay costs of about approximately $150,000. So it's mostly for timing. Last year, those homestay costs were incurred in November, and this year they were incurred in December. So we do expect by the end of quarter two to be more consistent with the forecasted costs. Now we'll get into the types of expenses. So for salaries, benefits, and professional development, forecasted costs were at 25.4. Year to date is at 25.4, so it's right in line. And just a reminder that some tax costs, so your EI and your CPP, will reset in January 2024. The contracted services, forecasted costs were at 28.1. The actuals were at 28.9. So a little overage of approximately, again, the $70,000 that was discussed in the transportation overages above. So that it is expected that we will have that covered by the end of the year. For other services, the forecasted costs are at 70.6. The year to date is at 46.3. So the first thing to discuss is the forecasted is higher than the tradition or the average 25% per quarter due to the majority of the insurance being paid in this first quarter. The second area is the actuals are lower due to the timing of this is where the international expenses would be, and so it'll be more in line come quarter two. And with the forecasted, as well as less than forecasted costs so far in printing, rentals, and in memberships. For supplies, the forecasted costs were at 28.4. Year to date is at 30.7, so higher than the forecasted by approximately 96,000. Technology, supply orders, and small equipment orders were all higher at the beginning of the year just to get the items in place to be used in this current school year, but it is expected that this area will remain in budget by the end of the year. Other expenditures, forecasted costs were at 25%. The year to date is at 20. This is where the savings contingency is, and so that's only used if need be. So far in the first quarter, it hasn't really needed to be used. So that's why it is under. And last but not least, so your transfers, your school generated funds, your capital and your IMR expenses. So forecasted costs are at 25%. Year to date is at 21.5. Timing of IMR expenses, again, kind of depends on the projects and the resources available. And the school generated funds expenses, as our revenue was lower, our expenses are also expected to be lower. So that correlates with the fees above. And then the financial position as at November 30th, which you could also see on page 6 of your report. As at November 30th, the net financial assets are at 2.25 million, compared to in the prior year, they were 7.6 million. The majority of this reduction is the decrease in cash and cash equivalents, as well as in the prior year, there was a large receivable that was coming from Alberta Education as the completion of Plaxton. So that was still on in our AR listing as of November 30th, 2022. And then for the non-financial assets, for November 30th, 2023, they're at 12.6 compared with 16.72 million in the prior year. Majority of this decrease is again the spending of reserves as well as amortization of our capital assets. And of course, if you can't get enough budget fund, please look to the website for the Q1 report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Craig.
Yeah. I know that CPP is going up quite a bit.
Yes.
Did we budget that, or did we know that CPP was going to be increased
So,
by quite a bit?
Yeah, it's going to be about $300 per employee for anybody who's over the threshold, which is I think around 70,000. So we definitely will have to, that will be included in our average teacher salary calculation for 24-25 for when we do that calculation for sure. Because for 23-24, we took what was happening at that point in time.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Yeah.
Jenny.
Sorry. In contracted services, where we are slightly overspent right now.
Yeah.
Did you say that is solely related to transportation, or is that because we've got lumped in there legal, counsel, or consulting, utilities? Is that spread between maintenance, safety, wellness? Is that spread between those different areas, or is that mainly coming from transportation?
The majority is transportation, but then as well, so our audit fees would have all been in Q1.
Right. That's why I wondered, are we high in our consulting just for our Q1 needs with our auditing and things like that as well?
The main overages, because it actually, it's about, the contracted services is about 65,000 over, and then our transportation is the similar. So that's the majority of it. Then we could go and we can see if there were any other kind of ones to be concerned about, but the majority is the transportation.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, thanks.
Transportation is 10 months in cost, just for context. We pay
Mm.
over 10 months. And then also we added 4 buses to our fleet this year. So our costs are much higher just from that respect.
Just follow up, and this might be more of a question for you, Christine, but with that transportation, you did mention the transportation grant.
Mm-hmm.
So the implementation of those changes that were announced isn't something immediate for us, right? And so our access to that grant, is that related to does it move with us as we implement and put in more buses and start to make that division-wide? Because it's not yet division-wide, right?
No, it's not. The new changes that we have to have in place for 24-25 is not in place. However, for 23-24, we could add some people to routes as we had space on buses. We had some buses that were just naturally because of growth, there were some LCI buses and some Patterson buses, for instance, with growth, but we had to actually add a bus. And so when we added a bus, if there was room on the bus for people who are right near the line, we were able to put them on, and we can claim those on our funding because if you actually transported someone who was under the new rules, that weren't mandatory yet, you can actually claim them on your grant, which we did. So our grant, if approved, should cover our additional costs. So instead of in prior years, we were like a $300,000 deficit, they should cover our costs, and we may even have a small surplus, I'm hoping. But they're still being reviewed. We may have some things that Alberta Ed doesn't allow or fines. We have enrollment monitoring that also impacts if those kids are considered not eligible for enrollment, they get removed off our grant as well. So there's a number of factors. So, but at this point, we're looking good.
Could be good. Did you say we purchased buses?
No, sorry, we added buses. So when we add buses, Southland brings in more buses and puts them on routes. Yeah. But they've ordered over, I think they've ordered around 30 buses for next year.
Wow. Christina.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I have a couple questions.
Yeah, of course.
One is under the summary of revenues. Can you remind me what other school authorities is?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were forecasted to receive 40,000. We received 45.
Yes. So that is our transportation agreement with Holy Spirit.
Okay.
So initially when the 40,000 had been what had been budgeted, and then upon further review, we just reflected that the costs, of course, of the transportation have increased. So we increased our fee to 45.
Thank you. My next question was, more of a statement. How satisfied were you that the K-12 instruction?
Oh, you have.
Wait, what?
I was so happy. I was like, yes, this
I was
doing
like,
what
I
it's
can
supposed
feel
to
the satisfaction. I love it. Fun with the numbers. Okay. The next actual question I have is on page 20. Sorry. The page number. Page 23 of your pack.
Yeah.
The schedule of school-based
Yes.
instruction expenditures and the schedule of school-generated funds. Can you explain a little bit more? Can you remind me about the schedule of school-based instruction expenditures? Remind me what this is representing.
Absolutely. So the first page, so page 23, so the schedule of school-based instruction. So this budget is for the school. So this includes their salary, their professional learning, the supplies, their printing, their telephone, everything that they use to run the school. That's the first page here.
And that excludes school-generated
Correct.
funds. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And then, yeah, you can see that there are some schools that are a little bit over, like when we do the full forecasted over 200, there's a few that are over. That's where those like those larger purchases at the beginning of the year happen. So they're not going to be doing that again. And then the second page, so that page 24, this is your schedule of school generated funds. So this is tracked separately, and this is your fees, your fundraising, your donations, all of that is tracked separately.
Yeah, and I think I just wanted to I think I always ask about the school generated funds because I still just have concerns from the public and from myself just about the frequency with which schools are in a position to either need to fundraise or choose to fundraise, and how can we support just knowing that adding fees, requiring fundraising by schools is really challenging for lots of families and can limit some children's access to learning opportunities. And so always interested to how we can better support the opportunities that students need. So thank you.
Absolutely. So Craig, yeah.
Craig.
Yeah, on page 25, do we just get a lump sum from federal and First Nations, or do we get it over a period of time?
Yes, so that one that is from the Kainai Board of Education, and we usually receive that money in March or April.
And also,
And it's a lump sum, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, and the federal government, do they give us any money?
No, it's just called federal.
Because they fund the,
Correct.
all right.
Yeah, we don't, unfortunately, we don't get any direct money from them.
Jenny.
Just going back to page 23, Christina had us there, and I'm going to take us back there. if
Oh,
I
yeah,
can.
absolutely.
A lot of questions we get are around how is this calculated? How is it allocated? Is there a formula? Is it per student
Oh,
when
okay.
we're distributing out? And I don't know if this is the
I can give you
to
the
ask
like
that
the
question,
quick
but
Coles
if you
Notes
would like-
version. Absolutely.
a
Like the
high
third. Yeah,
level
absolutely. I can.
understanding of
Yeah.
that.
So it depends. Like there's different calculations for elementary versus secondary, but overall it is based on the weighted moving average calculation. For the secondary, we can start there. It's based on their 3-year weighted moving average, and then it's on a per student rate. Then for elementary, it's based on enrollment. So we take their enrollment numbers, and then their funding is with staffing. It's worked more kind of high schools and secondary get their amount, and then they kind of distribute it based on. They have a little bit more flexibility, whereas at elementary, it's based on classrooms and putting those teachers in place, and then the working with HR, and then the supplies and the contracted services are both kind of similar at both levels. Does that help? Yeah, with the quick kind of, yeah.
Other questions? Seeing none, I needed a motion to approve the first quarter financials as presented. Craig? Those in favor? That's carried.
Perfect.
Thank you, Avis.
Thank you.
Perfect. So next up is policy 601.2.1 school year, and that's Christina.
Yeah, so my motion is for you with the background available. Essentially, I just like to make by board motion a small revision to policy 601.2.1 to bring it closer to alignment with our current practice. Two parts, essentially. One is to add September 30th as a standing non-operational day in our calendar. In the background, I've outlined since the implementation of it at a federal level how we've approached it. So you'll see that it's common practice in our division to implement a non-operational day in response to Call 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Call Commission of Canada, who calls for an establishment of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as a statutory holiday. Part two would be alignment of language, just tidying up language that I assume would have gotten tidied up when it comes to Policy Advisory Committee at some point to change Christmas break to winter break and Easter break to spring break in the language. I consider those to be not significantly altering the intent of the board of the policy. So I would suggest that we can change those by board motion.
Yeah. Thank you. Jenny?
Just currently having the privilege to sit on the Policy Advisory Committee and to have had a lot of conversation about process in identifying which policies we should be looking at. I recognize the importance of this top right-hand section that lets us know when things have been amended. And so once, if we make a change to this here today, it will say amended, and that will affect when the Policy Advisory Committee will look at it again. And so recognizing these as good changes, or potentially good changes, something good to talk about, but also that perhaps there might be other things in this policy that need updating. I would recommend that this should go through that process, and we can do it. I think that recognizing your request in these, we can ask Policy Advisory Committee to look at it immediately. But if we're going to amend it, I would prefer to do the full effort in that to update, because sometimes we just need to update small things like even the references in the act and things like that. The difficulty with this one too is just that we don't have what we typically have when we make changes to a policy, and being able to see what was previously there, what has been added, what has been removed.
Yeah, and I apologize, that was provided, so it's just not in this document. I did provide that as part of the package.
Oh, okay. I do think that is important to have on record, and for us to fully have this discussion, that's certainly but I would just recommend that it just goes through that process to just be fully done, so that it's not a partial job. If we're going to do it, let's just do it.
Christina?
Yeah, and just for clarity, I recognize what you're saying. I agree. With the edits. So just so you know, the changes that were provided in my current proposal were the addition of 2.3. Provide for a non-operational day in recognition of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. therefore moving 2.4, 5, 6, 7 down. Change in 2.4 from 2-week Christmas break to 2-week winter break. Keeping the language of Christmas Eve because that is the language in the Alberta labor legislation. And in 2.6, providing a 10-day spring break rather than Easter break, beginning on Good Friday, again, keeping the language of Good Friday, which is part of the Alberta legislation. So all the rest of your points I recognize. I just wanted to offer that clarity.
Greg.
I can support the first part of this, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I have a problem with changing the language to a secular language. I guess my concern is that, and there was a good article in the Lethbridge Herald written by Rosaline Kuman, Dr. Rosaline Kuman, about statutory holidays serves a means of cohesion. And in it, she points out that Christmas and Easter become secular holidays, really. I mean, they're not. But by eliminating those names, we eliminate a group of people in our country and their ability to associate with that connotation. But she points out that the one Asian immigrant family came to Canada, had not known about Christmas, picked it up, and didn't realize for 10 years that it was a Christian celebration. So I don't see why we need to change things, because this is a long-standing holiday in Canada. And I've done some research in some of the Christian churches when they are in a different country, such as an Arab-based country or in Israel. They adapt their calendar to have their services on the like Saturday or Thursday or Friday. I have friends that are Buddhist. I have friends that are Muslim. And I don't see the problem with saying it's a Christmas break. This is Canada. I mean, we have Christmas, we have Easter. Now, if we wanted to move to the system that is employed in Calgary and in Edmonton, where it's a standard break, the same time every year, I have no problem with calling it a spring break. But since we're basing it on a celebration of Easter, I think we should note it in our calendars that it's a Christmas break and an Easter break. In this article, she points out that by keeping those holidays like that, it actually brings more cohesion to our country than by eliminating those words. So I would say that I'm in favor of the first part, but I'm not in favor of the second. And I might make a motion if we're going to pass that policy today. I might make a motion to change the secular language in it as an amendment. So I guess I would like it referred back to the policy committee for them, because you have parents there that would like to probably have input in that. So I would agree with Jenny in the end that it should go back to the policy committee before we pass it. Just for the second part of it, the first part of it is fine.
Tyler. I was going to say something. So in regards to my questions I have, and I don't know if HR perspective maybe can answer, in terms of truth and reconciliation, I think it's important that we look at the calls to action. My piece with, I don't know if I have the knowledge to say it's a non-operational day and the impacts that that has with different collective agreements that we have. So I would look to you to first answer that for me. I know that I certainly had some with different employee groups over this last one where it fell on a Saturday and it was different for different employee groups. I had questions from some of those employee groups. So two things. One is to get more information. And the second piece, if it was to go back to Policy Advisory Council's process, is that those employee groups would then be able to weigh in their opinion in regards to not whether we necessarily acknowledge or recognize Truth and Reconciliation Day, but I think it's the impact that having it as a non-operational day on how that impacts their, because I know our support staff, they got a lieu day at Christmas instead of, so it's different for different employee groups. I do think the day is important, and that, obviously if it's a Monday to Friday, we need to ensure that that is, I think it's our obligation to recognize that, and how we choose to recognize it if it falls on a Saturday or Sunday. I think it's still important to recognize, but I want to make sure that we're in alignment with what our agreements say that we need to be. So I don't know if Robbie, if you can answer any of that, or if I just put you on the spot.
It's definitely a conversation we need to have with our support staff groups. So that would be an area to engage Rhonda in. As far as teachers and non-operational would mean that we make up that time by adding a day somewhere else for instructional and, to meet instructional hours.
Can you, for my understanding, so that would be if it was a Saturday or Sunday and it went as a separate day, because the last, like Christina highlighted in here, that the 2 years prior to this year, it was recognized as, our division would have called it a stat, right? A divisional stat. So the teaching staff were not teaching.
I don't know
Did they
that it
have
would
to
have been
make up
referred
the
to as a
day?
stat, but a non-operational day.
Non-operational
Yes.
day.
Yep.
So that day was made up within the 100 and some
Correct.
days.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So it's more of an impact when it falls on a weekend of how they're, or
Well,
it's still
only for support staff and some of the language in the collective agreement that we need to review.
okay.
Did you want to speak more to that, Mike, or do you want to just wait and come back with more information?
I can speak very briefly. Yeah, I believe the first year that the Truth and Reconciliation Day came in, it wasn't recognized. It was an operational day because it was announced in like late June. Rhonda and I looked at it. So yeah, we'll have to take a look at that because, yes, there was a 1 year that we had a Thursday, and then 1 year it was a Friday, and then this last year it was a Saturday. But I'm pretty sure, anyways, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I thought that was the case, that it happened so late that we couldn't change it. But certainly I'll have to check on that. And yes, this year, because it was on a Saturday, there was payment in lieu made for that day. Yeah.
So for me, I think circling back to it is that 100% this is important. I think that we need to honor it, recognize it. It's our obligation to do that, I feel, for the Truth and Reconciliation piece. I do think that I need some more information. Foundationally, I think it's important. I think that just for us to get some clarity on that piece would be really important. Tyler has words.
There we go. On the TRC day, you covered pretty much most of it. I'm in agreement with where you're at on that, and I don't think we can just make that decision here today. The only other thing I would say is on that, I do think that we need to, whether or not we're exactly in line with the province, I don't know, but we certainly need to take into consideration how the province of Alberta is treating it, considering we're a school division funded by the province of Alberta and whatnot. So I think that's another consideration. We just need to make sure, however that's being handled provincially, on that front. As far as the change to a secular wording on the other policy, we have some faith-based schools in our division as one point. And I also, even just in regard to Craig's comments right there, for me, it needs to go to policy advisory committee. I just feel as though stakeholders need to have a voice on it. Where it ends up is irrelevant to me, but I have no issue with it, with the proposal as is, but I just think that it should go through policy advisory committee. I think Jenny made a good point too in regard to make sure that how it gets reviewed. And I think that, yeah, we can pull it and give it priority and put it there. But I do think that stakeholders there should be a robust discussion from all sides on which way to head there. That's all.
Thank you, Christine.
I agree and support in the importance of supporting National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. and echo the calls for finding out the appropriate information that we need to move forward properly. Regarding the language change to winter break and spring break, I agree that it's a logical step for a secular organization to have inclusive language that can represent all religions and all people. And my comment, my concern to the side was we do have two Christian based schools. And so I want to ensure in the process that this isn't an erosion of their faith-based instruction, culture, and values, that it doesn't is not conceived as such, perceived as such, and enacted as such. And so I think one important step would be to take this to the policy advisory and give members of that community a voice. I think that's important, and to be able to engage in this conversation.
Jenny?
Just to, I think that we are kind of on the same page, but we're having conversation about it. So just to add my perspective to that conversation, I appreciate your comment, Tyler, about considering what the province is doing. It does complicate what we are doing, is the reality. Whether we agree with it or not, it is what it is. And so it does complicate things a little bit because not it is not a statutory holiday. It's not universally being observed. And so we run into situations where we have parents who are obligated to work and kids who are off for the day. And so it's just something for us to be aware of and to weigh into our thoughts as we try to do what's best for education and how we can best meet these obligations of truth and reconciliation at the same time. And it's a complicated answer, I think, there. And then as far as the secular language goes, we've made effort to include more representation of religious holidays and and a recognition and awareness of other religions. And so I recognize that Christmas and Easter are often for some people religious holidays, but I would hesitate to exclude them at the same time that we are trying to include other religion terminology into our everyday language and into our calendars and things. It's something I agree there should be stakeholder feedback on, and so I appreciate that notion.
Christine?
I did forget to say something from my notes on the side. Even though it seems like this is going to the Policy Advisory Committee, I see that trajectory, but I just want to publicly state, I think if we choose as a board to allow the language change to winter and spring, I think it's important that we allow our Christian-based schools to still acknowledge Christmas break as Christmas break and Easter break as Easter break. And I think it's essential that that is protected.
And I agree with that. And I can, if you have the policies up there. So one thing I did look at is a potential revision. So if you look at 2.4, I think that your intent, Christina, is to remove the religious piece from the naming of the break, but it's still that the policy would be to recognize that there be a break, right? So if you actually look at 2.4, and if you just provide a 2-week and remove the word winter and just put a 2-week break, then that would actually allow our Christian-based schools, if they chose to add it as a Christmas break, they can call it, right? So that was one of the things that I had when I reviewed and looked at it. So. And then I have one thing as well in my notes that I forgot to add is that just the concern in regards to that, and I'm hoping that Kristen would maybe be able to help with this, is this, as it appears to our public as our policy. And I'm wondering if Kristen would be able to, and I'd have support of this around the board for her to pull this, write draft and reinsert it. Okay, so Kristen, if you can, not today, like tomorrow's fine. But if you can just pull that right draft on both pages and reinsert them so that it's on the record that these are both draft. Yep. So, okay. Thank you. So with that, Craig, you were.
I move that we take policy 601.2.1 school year and return it back to the policy advisory committee as a priority to look at their next meeting and to come back after the feedback from the public, from all the stakeholders.
Tyler.
Just on a point of order, did Christina make a motion?
She did not.
No?
No.
Okay. I thought that was a motion, so, okay.
Yeah. Kristen, you're good with that motion? You got from the recording? Okay. Jenny?
Can I make a friendly amendment? We already have our potential agenda outlined. Could I take it to could I make it a priority for policy advisory committee, but perhaps not be obligated to make sure it's on the very next meeting? We are meeting every month.
That's a friendly amendment that I would accept.
Thank you. Hey, go ahead, Mike.
Can I just add one thing for the record? Christine and I were kind of going back and forth on this a little bit. And yes, Christina was correct that we did have a non-operational day on September 30th, 2021. So just wanted to enter that in the record that, yeah, I had the information incorrect.
I actually think, so I was here, they had policy advisory meeting the same day that the board actually called maybe a special meeting. You would have been part of that, and Tyler. But the previous board actually met to talk about when it came down federally that was going to be a day, and the board actually had a meeting to discuss and had some direction, I believe, from the board on what that Truth and Reconciliation Day looked like on September 30th of that first year. So I do believe at that year it was a board decision of what direction that day would look like. So I do think that that board piece was important at that time, and I think it continues to be important. So, Christina.
So just a clarity for the motion then. Will I have an opportunity to provide any information to the Policy Advisory Committee to consider?
You can certainly pass that through. Are you on that?
No.
Okay, you can pass it through our trustee.
Well, these are all excellent questions and I'd love to provide, I have many answers. I would love to provide them. And if I could just provide frequently asked questions, guidance to the Policy Advisory Committee.
Yep, you can provide that all through our trustee rep,
Okay,
Jenny.
fantastic. Thank you.
So, perfect. Sounds good.
And just one clarity before we vote and then close it. I just want to clarify that I appreciate all the questions, all super valid, very excellent questions. Happy to provide all the responses. And I also want to clarify that it is absolutely not intended to take away the right of the Christian schools to label this according to their faith. We have faith-based schools that are an important part of public education. And we have thousands of students who also want to feel represented in this policy that I'm looking forward to being revised by our Policy Advisory Committee. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I need a quick 5 minutes for a break. Anybody else? Can we take a quick 5? Okay, sounds good. So we'll come back at 4:40. Yep. Excellent. Thank you. So we're going to jump back in. So 10.3 is division calendar 2024-2025. And I'll turn this over to Mike.
Would you like me to very quickly just go through kind of each month and some of the areas we've discussed, give you a quick 30,000 foot view, and then we can have whatever conversation we'd like to have? Okay, I will do that.
And is this draft that we're looking at, is that, I know it's not attached to the package, is that something the draft, the public's able to look at, or have they seen it at all?
Yeah, it should be in the package now. Kristen, do you have it in the package yet or no?
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, just an explanation for the public on that. I tried to get into the board meeting on Friday, but I was meeting with Holy Spirit. I think we finished about 11:45 a.m. and I just said to Kristen, like, I gotta look at it before we can put it in the board package. So I apologize for that, but we wanted to make sure we were being the best partners we can as well. And I know the board was interested in us working with other divisions, so we were just trying to make sure we accomplished that. And also, I recognize for some members of the public, they're used to getting this in December. We'll try and get back on that track, but I know for people, they want us to get this done as soon as we can, so we'll try and do that. So I'll just go very quickly through. If you have some that you got questions on, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll circle back at the end and answer any questions that you have. So August is pretty straightforward. By policy, teachers have to be back 5 days before the start of school, so that's in there. Support staff, we will put in when support staff are back on another sheet of paper, just because they're back at different times, so it's a little trickier to put all of that in here. September 3rd, after Labor Day, that is the first day back for students, so that's pretty standard. That's consistent with policy. We do have Truth and Reconciliation Day as a non-operational day right now. That's consistent with past practice. The October week, we discussed that. So what we have in that October week is the 22nd is parent-teacher interview for kindergarten only, because they have a much higher volume of interviews. Then on the 23rd, that'll be elementary and middle schools, and they'll be doing a combination of professional learning and or parent-teacher interviews. Then the 24th and 25th, all students are off at all levels, so elementary, middle school, and high school. And again, that'll be a combination of professional learning and parent-teacher interviews. There was conversation about moving that back a week, but ultimately the stakeholders, we all felt that made the most sense to leave it where it is currently, particularly to allow elementary schools to do some of the assessments that they need to do. In November, we're fortunate this year that Remembrance Day falls on a Monday, so we're able to attach a division-wide professional learning day. In the morning, that'll be collaborative communities, and then in the afternoon, it'll be school-based professional learning. December, again, we catch another break. Christmas falls at a reasonable time, and again, this break is consistent with what's in policy. That has to be, I think it says the Friday before Christmas Eve, something to that effect. So it falls in line with that, and then we'd be back on the 6th. One of the changes that we did make based on some feedback from the board and conversations with our different stakeholders, we originally had a semester break for high schools, I think on the 28th. The last day for diploma exams is the 27th, and then we would have given a semester break and then started on the 29th. In conversation with high schools, they felt like if we moved that day to the 31st, it would be manageable. And so what that does, instead of splitting up, so one day we've got on Tuesday, we'd have high schools that are off, but elementary and middle schools are running. Then Friday, we would have elementary and middle schools would be off, but high schools would be going. It just synchronizes everything, makes it a little bit easier for our families, and hopefully works well for everybody. February, the Family Day week, again, and Teachers Convention, those things are kind of set already for us, so that's consistent with policy. March, I know there's been some conversation on March. This is consistent with what we've done this past year, where elementaries are out. They do a half day on the Thursday for parent-teacher interviews. They usually do their celebrations of learning then. Then the whole division is out for a combination of parent-teacher interviews, professional learning. By the way, on the 31st, I forgot to mention this, middle schools actually do their parent-teacher interviews on that day, just because it aligns a little bit better with their terms. So just so you know on that. And then we did move this day, the 17th. if you look at this year's calendar, that day is actually tacked on to the end of Easter. So this year, when we come back from Easter, we will have Professional Development Day. We decided to move that because we wanted to see if we could break up March a little bit more, because March is a bit of a long month with that late Easter. Makes it a little tricky. So that was the rationale there. I know we're going to have some conversation on that because I know some perspectives on that, but that's kind of the rationale on that. Easter next year is late, so that's when Easter break occurs. Again, that's consistent with policy. Traditionally, when we get into May, we have we've just added on a professional learning day to the May long weekend. And then the end of the school year, there was talk about moving it back. I think all divisions are going to end up the same dates as us. And the reason that we left it where it is, because we did have some conversations about, well, do we move it back and do we end at the end of the week? So Thursday is last day for kids, Friday is last day for staff. But the reality is with diploma exams ending that day, we're not sure we'd get a whole bunch of learning bang for our buck, for lack of a better way to say it. Because of course there's not exams going on, that sort of thing. So we didn't feel like, moving that back necessarily gained us much, and it probably made sense to be consistent with, with what other school divisions are doing and what we've traditionally done. When exams end, that's when we end. Oh, by the way, Holy Spirit hasn't finished their calendar, but they're interested in, they may be able to move a day off to March 17th to align with us if we keep that one there. So that's just another little FYI for you. So we end up with, as you know, 195 days. We like to be between 195 and 197. 196 is kind of a traditional number. 196 is what we had this past year. But this is, a number that I believe we've had 195 before. So I believe we can meet our instructional hours and all those sorts of things. And that's what I believe our principals in that believe as well. So that's a general overview of the calendar. Also, just for the board's information, once we have an approved calendar, what we'd like to do this year is we'll append to it a more detailed explanation of what's happening each day, because that little explanation in the columns, you start to get into using, like we use PTI in there all the time, that acronym, which not everybody knows. That's parent teacher interviews. So we're gonna once it's approved, we'll just put in a little more detail and see if maybe that's helpful for parents and staff to have a little more information than we can provide on this document. So with that, I know there's questions and some areas of debate, and happy to have those conversations. We'll do our best to answer the questions.
So looking for questions, comments. Christina.
I just have a quick question. Some feedback I received was some questions about why middle school parent-teacher interviews are in January and not in March with the rest. Just some teachers and parents feeling like it's not late enough in the year to get feedback, like they haven't had enough time since the last one to get more feedback ready.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's been like that, I think, for a few years, and it has to do when their terms end. And so, but you're exactly right. And the middle school, frankly, and we talked about this a little bit, the middle school would like to bump that back as far as we can. Elementary schools are a little bit concerned about the length of time because they don't get an exam break during that time, that sort of thing. So we ultimately decided to keep it at on the 31st, but it's definitely something we have to talk about because it's not in an ideal situation here this year. I'm happy that we are able to align high school so we don't have those split days. We may have to look at a split day for middle school as well. So yeah, my understanding is March is a bit too late for them. January might be a touch early just because of the way their terms align. So that's why. Yeah, it's a great question.
Other questions or comments? Andrea.
I would like to suggest two amendments. The first one, in October, we do a great job of acknowledging and honoring that kindergarten teachers teach 2 classes rather than 1 by giving them the extra day for parent-teacher interviews. And in March, I'm not seeing it on this calendar, so I would like to amend that kindergarten teachers have a day in March added for their parent-teacher interviews.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't have much background. Andrew and I actually just talked about it before the meeting, and because on this year's calendar, which we modeled this a lot after, it isn't noted on there, but in previous calendars, it was noted, like the year before it said kindergarten parent-teacher interviews to be decided. Yeah, so.
And they were noted, for example, the day before. So I'm not quite sure what happened with this year's calendar, but historically, there has always been one day for kindergarten teachers to have interviews in March, that day preceding the 13th.
Yeah, and I don't see it as anything insurmountable. I just want to make sure I have a conversation with administrators that they're comfortable that we can still meet instructional hours, that sort of thing at kindergarten level. I wouldn't be surprised if I heard, yeah, we just were expecting that's what we were doing, but maybe it just got missed because it wasn't something that came up in the conversations, but more than happy to have that conversation and be flexible either way.
And I think as this month is approaching, that's when people are starting to notice that it's missing. And so I don't know if there's anything we could do about it for this year, because if they need to see 50 families, even if they do it as a celebration of learning, that's not enough time.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up. It's certainly something that we can have a conversation with, see what everybody's thinking, and then we can always report back to the board on it.
And then
For this year.
Right. Like I don't know how to fix that when I saw it and then looked back at the 4 previous years where it was there. I couldn't decide how that got past my eyes. But and then do I talk about the next amendment?
Is there any
Or-
other comments
or-
on that?
Okay.
Is that on that specific piece about, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to deal with them separately. I would say maybe a friendly amendment is that we haven't got, I thought she made a motion. Okay,
So what are your comments in regards to it?
well, I'd like to have a motion first on the first part, and then I can make a comment on it.
Then I can still, okay. So I motion that the calendar be accepted with the addition of a day for kindergarten teachers for parent-teacher interviews in March.
Half day, I believe, because there's a half day already. Well, yes, you can say it as day. Yeah,
It was
because
yeah.
right now the way it is, elementaries are out for half the day.
Right.
Need to leave your mic on.
It was a day. It was an additional day.
Gotcha.
Jenny, you need to put your mic on, sorry.
Yes.
You should raise your hand too. Okay, so your motion is can you read the last part of it? Of what you're adding? Yes.
Yes.
Read what.
So what I have is a motion by Andrea, calendar be accepted with the addition of a day, extra day, be accepted with an additional day in March added for kindergarten parent teacher interviews.
Okay, motion is on the floor. Craig.
Well, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that is based on conversation with the elementary administrators by our superintendent, Mike Nightingale. So that, I mean, he's mentioned that he doesn't know if we've got enough hours. If through his conversation, he finds out we have enough hours, then the motion can be accepted and we don't have to come back and talk about it. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you for your comment. I think for me, this is the first time I've heard this piece. So I think I need more information, whether that's Mike can provide us with some of that information at this time. Like, how does this impact our calendar? How does this impact our time? You designed all this with a lot of people looking at it and counting. So how does that impact if that change is made?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to check with our elementary principals and make sure. I think there's a good chance it will be fine in terms of our hours, but I need to just check that.
So could we essentially pass the calendar without that piece and then come back and add it as an addition, as an amendment to the calendar once you find out more information at the February meeting?
Yeah. However we get, this is just my opinion. However we get there is fine, but we can pass the calendar and then the board just gives me marching orders to go and figure this out and come back, and then we agree to amend it or however we want to do that. There's lots of different ways you can do it. For me, yeah, like I don't see it as a big deal. It's, we'll get the information and it's not that big of a change that would impact that many stakeholders. I mean, yes, in a perfect world, you get your calendar all out in one shot and you don't ever have to change it, but sometimes you do have to make little adjustments. And if it's to do the right thing for families and for staff, then we just do that. So that's kind of the way I lean, if the board's okay with that.
So then my request to Andrea, and you can help me with this piece, is that we divide or split your motion into two. So one would be that we would approve the calendar as presented. And then the second motion would be that we request that the superintendent investigate and provide us with more information so that we can explore adding this additional day for the March calendar to the calendar for March, something of that nature. You can help me do that, but I feel that it needs to be two separate motions.
Yeah, so we would have that motion that the calendar be accepted as presented, and then a further motion to say that the board requests the superintendent to review the addition of one extra day in March for kindergarten parent teacher interviews if it fits within instructional time.
So, Andrea, what are your thoughts on? Okay, so Mike, Craig, and then Jenny.
Yeah, I'll just jump in really quick, and I might be wrong on this, so that's okay if I am. But I think if we say in the original motion that the board, that we approve it as presented, Andrea has one other motion that she wants to bring forward that's a potential change. So I don't know if we can say right out of the gate that we approve it, because then her next motion's dead, unless I'm misunderstanding it. Does that make sense, Christine?
So, yeah. So Andrea, that's kind of the direction that I'm looking at, is that, and what we could do is move the second piece of your motion to the first. So then you would know that the board was gonna say yes or no to having Mike explore that further before approving the actual calendar. Because if the board says no to asking Mike, then your decision on whether you approve the calendar would potentially look different, right? So my recommendation at this point is that you rescind the motion that you've made, and that we would assist you in crafting these two separate motions. And then my understanding is there's potentially another portion. So maybe let's get to all the portions, and then we can split up how we're going to have the motions laid out, so then that you have information before you're making a decision on the final one of the calendar, so that you're informed of what the decision of the board is.
So procedurally, Nora, what happens is you have a motion on the floor to adopt the calendar as presented. And then you have a motion to amend. So I would deal with your other amendment first to amend. And then we can then, after that, say, approve the agenda, and then say a further motion to instruct the superintendent to review the extra day for kindergarten. So then you get, does that make sense?
To do the whole one first?
Well, you put a motion on the floor, and
Yep.
then she does her amendment for the one she hasn't talked about yet.
Right.
Then we vote on that, and then you still have the approval of the calendar.
Okay.
And then after you approve the calendar, then we go to the request to review
Okay.
an extra day. Does that make sense?
Well, let's come back to it.
Okay.
We do have public forum. So let's go to public forum, and then we'll come back and we'll get through the pieces. We got you, Andrea. Okay, so I am doing our first call for public forum. So I see Nicole has joined us virtually. So Nicole, are you wanting to present for public forum?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Thank you, Nicole. Go ahead. Let me just grab our preamble. So thank you, Nicole, for taking time to prepare a public forum for us to the board. This is not the right one. Just give me 2 seconds. Perfect. Now I'm ready. Thank you for taking the time, Nicole, to join the public forum and present to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and carefully consider what you have said today. The board will not be providing a response or engaging dialogue following your presentation. We will, however, provide a written response in the near future. And you have 5 minutes, and Christine Lee is our timekeeper. So go ahead, Nicole. Thank you.
All right, so I'd like to thank the board for their response to my December public forum attendance, where I asked you to consider allowing individual school councils the privilege of making an autonomous decision on whether or not they would like to be ASCA members. In your letter, the board recommended that school council is the one to bring such matters forward to demonstrate the power in school council voice. Respectfully, I'm not interested in demonstrating the power of school council. Did you know that according to the ASCA website that all parents with children in the school are ASCA members through the council membership? On May 30th of last year, the president of ASCA gave a speech to the delegates of the ATA's annual representative assembly. The speech was titled, "Public Education is the Great Equalizer." In that speech, the president disclosed her positionality, and I quote, "I'm standing here this morning as a chronically disabled, excessively, awesomely neurodivergent, fat femme who was raised in the Deep South and in a patriarchal culture that frankly doesn't place a high value on any of these defining traits." She went on to state that she was there as an education advocate who represents thousands of parents on school councils across our province. And last year, one of those parents was me, because this division made me a member by buying blanket memberships for all schools. Did you know that the ARC Foundation and ASCA have a collaboration agreement where ASCA has agreed to collaborate with the ARC Foundation on its SOGI 123 program and commits to the terms and conditions contained in this agreement, and that the parties wish to support SOGI inclusive education? I was a member of that association when that happened, and I didn't even know I was a member because, again, this division made me a member by buying blanket memberships. I do not support SOGI 123 because I do not think that deconstructing the gender binary is a good idea. And I do not want an association that does to represent me. Did you know that last year, ASCA endorsed the ATA Stand for Public Education campaign? And not only did ASCA endorse the campaign, but ASCA was a co-sponsor. At a rally, the ASCA president gave another speech where she said it was important to give students a worthy curriculum devoid of colonial reinforcements, whitewash lessons, bigotry, and faulty scaffolding. Last year, that was my voice because this division made me a member by buying blanket memberships, and I don't even understand what ASCA was advocating for. ASCA says that teachers are the stewards of humanity and community. I appreciate teachers very, very much, and I support them, but I don't think they're the stewards of humanity, and I don't ever want to be a part of an association that does. And all I'm asking for is that you allow me the privilege of exercising my freedom of association by allowing me to say at my school council meeting that I do not want an ASCA membership. On a different note, I understand the board is discussing secular language and is talking about removing all references to Christianity as this is a secular division. Some people may think that removing Christmas, Easter, Christmas Eve, and Good Friday in a policy is a small update in language. But as a Christian parent with children in this division, I don't consider this a small update at all. And when I read this in your agenda package, it saddened me to know that even though, according to the Britannica, since the early 20th century, Christmas has been a secular family holiday observed by Christians and non-Christians alike, devoid of Christian elements and marked by an increasing elaborate exchange of gifts, that this isn't enough for this division, as evidenced by a push to rid policy of references to Christmas, Easter, Christmas Eve, and Good Friday. It was important for me to share my perspective on this with you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. I would ask if there's any clarifying questions from any trustees. Seeing none, on behalf of the board, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. You can be assured that the board will carefully consider what you have said today and provide a response in the near future. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, and now we are back to our motions. What did you?
We'll have to talk about what the second one is, but we start with the calendar be accepted as presented is the motion we need to lay on the table. That's the one at the end of the day we want to do. Then we're going to do some amendments. So we know of the one amendment we want to make would be further to that would be an amendment to request the superintendent to review the adding additional day in March for kindergarten parent teacher interviews. So it would be an addition to that after as an amendment, which we would vote on before because we're going in order. So you do the first one, we got an amendment, so you vote on that before that one. But we can add another amendment before that one, which would be the next one she's about to make. So I need someone maybe other than Andrea to lay the first one on the table, which would be the calendar be accepted as presented. Then she can then make an amending motion, this one, and then we can also add the other one. So it doesn't matter which order, but we'll have to deal with each one of those first.
Okay. So each one of them as an amendment to it, and we would approve the amendments as we went.
Yes, so you lay the main
Is what you're
motion,
saying. Okay.
and then we have an amendment, and we vote on that amendment, and then we can have another amendment as well. So, this is what I would do. We have someone lay the calendar be accepted as presented, and then an amendment to be, and further to that we request the superintendent to consider an additional day in March for kindergarten parent teacher interviews. Which then could be voted on. And then, so if that passes, fine. But then someone else saying, I'd also like to make another amendment that whatever the other amendment is, and then we vote on that as well. So deal with them each and all.
Christine and then Craig.
And then you go back to the final. Now we're voting on it all together as a package.
Christine and then Craig.
Just to clarify and understand. So we have a motion on the table. We don't have a motion. I thought she made a motion.
She made a motion.
She made the motion.
She hasn't rescinded.
She hasn't
I
rescinded.
rescind my motion.
Just wait, don't. There is now no motion. Okay, so for my understanding, we put the main motion. Amendment number 1 can go forward. We vote on the amendment. Amendment number 2 can go forward. We vote on the amendment. Then we vote on an entire package. Okay,
Craig.
thank you.
You need to put your mic on.
I move that we accept the calendar for the Lethbridge School Division for 2024-2025 as presented.
Jenny, you have a comment.
If we're talking about making amendments to existing calendars, can we make an amendment to the calendar of this year to that for March of 2024 as well?
If you can leave that question to after, let's deal with what's on the
add
floor.
that.
She
No,
can't add it to, yeah,
Okay,
let's.
here's my question. If her second amendment is to move a day, why don't we do that? Why don't we vote on that before we vote on the calendar being passed? Why does the calendar have to be passed first?
We're not. We're gonna amend it.
Oh, I see, I get it. I get it. Okay.
Okay, so the first amendment, we would like to, Andrea, you would like to amend? First one, so you would like to amend it, and your amendment is going to be, Christine? Oh, you got it?
My first amendment would be to add a day for kindergarten teacher, parent teacher interviews in March, given that they, oh, no, I don't have to say all that. Oh, given that they have twice as many students.
Are we adding a day or requesting an investigation?
So I'll speak to the amendment that you've made. So I'm not in agreement because I need to have the information, so that I would request that you to make a friendly amendment to that, that we have the superintendent investigate further and provide information to the board in regards to the amending the calendar to adding that day to the calendar in March. So do you accept my friendly amendment that we have the superintendent investigate further?
Just for clarification, so that our superintendent would check to make sure we have enough hours of instruction.
The
for
superintendent
kindergarten.
will find out the necessary information and come back to us with that information.
Yes, I accept that.
Jenny?
Can I clarify the amendment? The way
Yes.
it is written, for parent-teacher interviews, we have half a day. So are you asking for an additional half day? Because everybody else has had the PM only. So are you requesting the additional AM with the PM, or are you looking for a full day plus the additional, like, are you looking for an additional day and a half? Or are you looking, does it make sense to give them a full day off and then they go for half a day and then they have half a day off? I think we're either looking at either additional half day, doubling what everybody else has, rather than a full day is what I would suggest, is perhaps maybe friendly amendment to say an additional half day.
So I think what I would like the superintendent to explore is to look at the 4 previous years to this year, where there was actually a day and then the next day for kindergarten. So that was historic for absolutely years, and I don't know how it didn't happen.
Okay,
for this
Andrew,
year.
so now we're getting into something that's actually more substantive than an amendment to this main motion. And then in further discussion, if we're gonna actually have the superintendent go and do research and come back, you can't actually approve this calendar. So I think we need to approve the calendar without it and then do and then say, and further to that, if there's research, we'll come back and amend the calendar. I think you have to do them two separate because it's too substantive.
Yeah. So I think we almost go back to where I'd said that you need to first do this request to the superintendent, and you have other requests or other additions, and then we would approve the calendar. Because the superintendent's going to come back and have information, and then the board is going to need to make a decision. If we attach it to the motion of we approve the calendar and the superintendent to go and investigate, that doesn't tell us what to do with once the superintendent investigates. So it needs to go back to being absolutely separate and have that as separate. I know I've totally confused you, but you kind of get it.
Oh, no, I
Okay.
totally get it. I just don't even know how we got to where we are.
Yep,
actually.
we're good. We're good.
Because, no, not this. I don't
In
know
terms
how
of
we
it not
got
being
to
on the
how the
calendar.
loss happened,
Yes.
how it got lost.
Yeah.
And then when we build on this, then it's lost forever.
So let's approve the
Okay.
calendar and then get through the process of approving the calendar. And you can do your other
That's
amendment. How
recommend-
about that?
okay.
Because that's different.
Okay,
And then once the calendar's approved, then we could say, you can do a motion to request the superintendent. So are you going to, you need to rescind your
Okay.
amendment?
I rescind my amendment
Thank you.
and I will go with my next amendment.
How about you don't say the word amendment? Let's just hold on a second. Okay. Craig,
I'd just like some clarification.
yes, I will help.
On the 14th of March, schools in Lethbridge do not go full-time, full day, right?
And that's PL.
So the interviews are done in the morning, correct? On the 14th of March.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So what? And it says the 13th, there's no school.
Elementary PM.
Afternoon only
Well,
for elementary.
elementary PM. Okay. So just so I'm clarified, that would mean that you have parent teacher interviews in the afternoon of the 13th,
Afternoon and evening of.
afternoon and evening, and you have parent teacher interviews in the morning. of the 14th.
Yeah, potentially, yep.
No, it says,
No,
no, it says parent-teacher
Yeah,
interviews too.
14th, there could be elementary and high school could be doing.
They could be
parent-teacher
doing
interviews, yeah,
parent-teacher interviews.
Yeah.
So that would be between the afternoon on the 13th and the evening and the morning of the 14th, you could have a full day of kindergarten interviews, correct? Like if you base the number of hours.
Say that last
So
part again. I'm not
if
sure.
you're having interviews on the afternoon and into the evening on the 13th, that would probably 6 hours, 7 hours. And then you could have interviews on the Friday morning for kindergarten, correct? That would be approximately 3 hours. That would be the equivalent of almost a day and a half with the total number of hours, correct?
Yeah, be in that ballpark, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I want to figure out here, because that's a big, that makes it easier to figure it out, that there's from the 12 o'clock or whatever time they get out of school till whatever, 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock. And then in the morning, you've got that time and that time for interviews at an elementary school for kindergarten. Okay.
Jenny,
Can I make a motion that our superintendent explore how to best provide adequate time for our kindergarten teachers to perform?
you can't make a motion while there's a motion on the floor. So
Is a motion on the floor?
there's a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So
never
can you
mind.
tell me what your question is, not what you're
Um,
wanting to motion?
Could these details be worked out and brought back to us of how to best give our kindergarten teachers this time that they need? Because maybe they just need that Thursday morning because they have the next day as well. But as our superintendent and executive staff do their investigation, I think they'll best be able to determine that. And perhaps we could pass that off rather than trying to work it out right now.
Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to get the information we need right now to dissect it. But we can make a motion to request that. So what I'd like to hear from Andrea is, without making another amendment, can you let us know what other pieces, the motion on the floor is, Craig had made to approve the 24-25 calendar as presented. So Andrea, can you give us an indication of what your other changes are that you would like, and then we can determine if they're amendments and where we're needing to go with them.
Okay. I would like to see the March 17th PD, system-wide PD day, move to the end of the Easter break. Historically, that is where it has always been. And I think it's really nice for staff to come back knowing that they're going to get together and work on initiatives that are going to drive them to the end of the year. I think it's really motivating. Also, if parents are traveling with children during that week and there's a plane delay, that gives them a buffer day to also get back to school. So I would like the March 17th system-wide PL day to be moved to the end of the Easter break.
Okay, so that does sound like it could be an amendment. Was there any others that you were looking at adding? No? Okay. So my recommendation at this point is that we actually ask, and I'll tell you why. So we ask Craig to rescind his motion of the whole calendar, because we can only have one motion on the floor at a time. I think it's important that Andrea knows the direction the board is taking on whether we support her having us having the superintendent investigate further the March kindergarten PD day before we are all required to vote on the entire calendar. I think that she needs to have an informed decision of whether the board supports that piece. So that would be my request at this time and my rationale. If you have questions about my rationale for that, please let me know. But that's where I would provide the direction to go, is ask Craig to rescind, and then we can come back to it after we look at the approval of the board for the request to the superintendent.
I'm just thinking about the process there. If we approve the motion, if I rescind this and we approve it, then we can't approve the calendar.
We absolutely can approve the calendar. And we will know that the superintendent at a future point, we know as a board that if we approve the motion in regards to the superintendent investigating, we know that that's coming back to the board for a potential amendment to our calendar.
Okay, what about the second part?
The second part, so her second piece with moving the March 17th, that would be an amendment to the calendar, and that's something that the whole board would vote on.
I guess I can rescind it.
Okay. Okay, so Jenny, if you can make a motion, you're making this in regards to the superintendent investigating further.
I will make a motion.
Excellent, thank you.
I would like to motion that the board request of our superintendent to investigate how best to provide adequate time to our kindergarten teachers to perform parent-teacher interviews in March and report that information back to the board for the board to consider amending the calendar.
Excellent. Are there any questions in regards to that motion that's on the floor? Okay, seeing none, those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, and that's carried for that motion. And next is, Craig, did you want to make a motion in regards to the calendar?
I move that we accept the calendar for the Lethbridge School Division for the year 2024-2025 as presented.
Excellent, thank you. And now I understand that there's an amendment to that motion. Andrea.
I ask that we amend the calendar to move the March 17th system-wide PL day to the end of the Easter break.
Now I'll open it for questions or comments in regards to that. Tyler.
Just like to speak against this amendment. Just because, a couple of reasons. One is there's already a 10-day break for Easter. So I don't think 11 days, 10 days, nobody's going to really know much whether or not you got 10 or 11 days there is one thing. And I think it's far more valuable in March because there are no breaks in there. The most important part of that is when the calendar was being designed by committee, there were stakeholders who were consulted, including the ATA and the CUPE unions. And that is the majority of our people in the division, working in the division. And they appreciated it and felt it was a good idea to put it there. So I don't want to be the one overruling the committee's thoughts and the committee's consultation with stakeholders on this to say that we know better than they do or where they prefer it to be. And I just think that one day in March for the kids having that off makes a lot more sense than tacking on an 11th day to a 10-day holiday. So those would be my reasons for voting against it.
Thank you, Tyler. Craig.
I would echo Tyler's comments and would vote against this amendment.
Other comments? Christina.
I think so. Two pieces. One is I actually do hear very similar to Andrea quite often that PLF following an extended break is very valuable for educators to reconnect and like restart their educational practice. And so as a concept, putting a PL after a basically other than teachers convention where they've had PL for a number of days, putting PL as the re-entry type of day has been expressed to me as very valuable. That being said, in this case, because this calendar has already gone through numerous reviews, like Tyler said, with stakeholders who are supposed to represent those views of their stakeholders, I would just say I will vote against it because I would agree. I think we went through the process, and I don't want to undermine that. But that going forward, that I'd like that heard on behalf of people I represent as well, is that lots of people do tell me that that is very valuable. I recognize it's like an additional day off for students after a long break, but for educators, they've expressed it's a valuable part of their practice. So I'm a bit torn. I respect the amendment, but I also respect the process that this engaged with. So.
Jenny.
I have similar feelings to Christina. I'm a little bit torn on this because I respect the process very much, and but also have heard quite a bit from stakeholders from who I've heard from, and particularly teachers of an expression of frustration when there are days set aside for parent-teacher interviews attached to a PL day. They have a struggle sometimes being able to schedule those because it's become an extended holiday and gives families opportunities to leave town. And sometimes that becomes the way that time is used. So I respect the process very much. I also recognize the value of what you propose. And so I would support that amendment.
Other comments? Christine?
I echo everything that's been said. I think I can't support it, and the reason I can't support it isn't because I don't agree that it would be a valuable shift. I think it's important to appreciate the process and the voices that went in. I think it's important to consider in future years the value of having PL following an extended period. Looking at this, it would be a long month without a break. And I think that, yeah, for this because of the voices of the stakeholders, I don't think I would be able to support a change that would be this significant.
For me, I support as well the comments that have come forward already. I think that hearing from Mike, who shared the perspective of what was shared from others in regards to needing a break in March, that's a long, when spring break is at the end of April, it leaves such a long time period without that. And one comment that I often hear from our working families, that they really actually struggle with that extra day in April. That for them to get a week off work, to have, often people don't get the Easter Monday off. So they're taking 5 days off if they're staying home with their children. To have that additional day is often quite a burden on our working families. So I think that is something that I've heard loud and clear from our families over the years of what that struggle means to each of them. So my biggest piece is that this specific piece, I know that we've just voted on the kindergarten question for March. That wasn't something that Mike shared with us as a big conversation. I think that this had a lot of conversation, and I think that we heard from our stakeholders from what Mike had shared with us in regards to this. So I'm not going to vote in favor. Sorry, Andrea.
I just like to make a comment about parents, because it had brought up, because there's a parent-teacher interviews for elementary on the 13th and 14th, and some parents take off. That's an age-old millennial and eons ever since school started, whether or not parents go to parent-teacher interviews. You can't, it's that old adage, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And so to say that it's parents will take off on that day, well, they will if they want to. If they want to go to the school and have a parent-teacher interview, they will. But to change things just because we think parents will not go to the parent-teacher interview, especially when the stakeholders said we like this, I think that's the problem, is that we have parents that'll go and then parents that won't go. If they've got a long weekend, they'll take off. That's been when I taught quite a few years ago, and it'll still be 20 years from now, we'll still be discussing the same thing.
So we are only going to be voting on the amendment, and the amendment piece is to move the March 17th PL day to the end of the spring break. And that is the motion that we're voting on. So those in favor and those opposed. And that's defeated. Pardon? Okay, so let's do that again. Those in favor and those opposed. And that's defeated. So now we're back to the main motion on the floor, which is to approve the 24-25 school year calendar as presented. So any further discussion?
You want me to present it again?
No, we're good. We
Oh,
got
good.
it.
All right.
Okay, those in favor? Sorry, we're voting on the whole calendar as presented. So the motion is still there, though, that the board approved. You can vote against it, that's fine. You can totally. And this is exactly why I said to put the other motion first and we do the amendment. So it is totally your right to vote for or against any motion, and you vote with what you believed. Yeah. No, not yet. We had our hands up, but you had questions. We're good. Okay, ready? So those in favor and those opposed. And that is carried. Thank you. So Mike, you have some homework? Yep. Thank you. Let's not go over. So next okay, and you have something about this year's.
Since we just learned that we can amend approved calendars.
Yes.
Would it be reasonable, or is it totally crazy to ask you, as you're doing that research, to look into it for this year as well? If this is going to support our kindergarten teachers better, is it something we could look at asking the board to consider for the 23-24 calendar as well? Should I make a motion for that, or
You can certainly do
do you
that and
need a motion for that?
request it. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm happy to.
I think because it's the intent is to change the calendar.
Yeah.
I think a motion would be appropriate,
Sure.
and then it will go through the right channel.
And the motion wouldn't be about changing the calendar. It sounds like you're wanting to provide some direction to our superintendent, and that he would then bring that back. And what I'll say is that just given that it might be in March, we have the opportunity that if Mike finds out information, brings it back, we can always do a quick special meeting if we need to amend the calendar.
All of February.
Pardon?
We have all of February.
Right, but if it's going to be an amendment for March, you would think that your staff would want to know that prior to February 27th. So
I see what you're
we would need to call, and to call a special meeting is not anything out of the ordinary. It's regular practice. And it is something that we can just add in a simple motion. We can do it on virtual meeting. And so just what my recommendation is, not that this is attached to amending, it's to get that information for us to potentially review too. If that's what comes back, that we can do that. Jenny.
Could I motion? I would like to motion that we request of our superintendent to explore the potential to provide additional hours for parent-teacher interview to our kindergarten instructors for the calendar of the years 2023 to 2024.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? No, the other Christine.
She saw my thinking face. I'm wondering, should we just phrase it the same way as the other and just do for March of 2023? We specified the month.
Christine Lee, do you want to read us the last one?
So I have a motion by Jenny, request the superintendent to explore potential to provide an additional time for kindergarten parent teacher interviews in March of 2024.
Yeah. Okay. So comments in regards to that, Craig?
Is it possible to look at our calendar for 23-24? So I know what date what?
We wouldn't know a date because it's not in there. So it would be in.
Well, I know, but just to compare it, so I kind of have an idea.
Okay, so there's our March calendar for this current year, and that's what our superintendent is being requested, if this motion passes, for him to explore and bring that information back to our
So
board.
we're talking about the 14th of March then.
He will let us know what his recommendations are. I don't think here we can specify March 14th. I think that there's some exploration that needs to occur to provide the information back to us.
Well, if I might add, you have a half day for interviews on the 14th and the evening, and then the 15th. So really what this motion is saying is that we want kindergarten teachers to have the whole 14th off for parent-teacher interviews from the morning until the evening. I mean, you can
So-
say, you can work around it, but it's still the same thing. But there's a date there that's before the parent-teacher interviews, and it's just like next year's calendar. So in reality, it is the 14th.
So my comment to you, we're 6 weeks, 8 weeks away from that date. I don't feel as a governor for me to provide operational instruction of considering it a certain date is appropriate for me as a governor. Schools already have activities, events, everything else already planned and organized. And I think that this is an opportunity for Mike to provide our board with the information that's necessary. And it may be that he comes back and that it is the 14th. But for us to look at and say that it's going to be the 14th, I think is us dipping our hands where our hands should not be. We're governors of this division, not operations.
If I could reply to that, if it's any other day, then there's also considerations for what people have already planned. So I would say that we're not dipping into the administration thing. It's just a fact of the calendar. So it would be that day, and it couldn't be any other day because you're going to disrupt things all along there. So I would disagree with your
Okay.
assessment of.
Thank you. Jenny.
The motion is fairly ambiguous and vague with intention to allow for all of these considerations and this debate to be had as they do this exploration, as they gather more information. Because for us to try to do that here, there's a lot of conjecture, a lot of guesswork. And so for us to be able to make those decisions, we are finding obviously challenging and time consuming. And so the motion is just a request for him to do an exploration, to look into it. Is this something that could better support our kindergarten teachers? He'll bring us back the information. And then armed with that information, I think we can make a good assessment and go from there. But without that information, I think we're belaboring it. So I would just request that we consider the motion as it is worded and vote on it.
We're good.
You're good?
We're good? Okay. Any further comments or questions? Okay. Those in favor? And those opposed? Sorry. Okay. So those opposed? Craig and Christina? Perfect. And that's carried. So next item is 10.4, surveys. That's you.
So our school division and this board value very much the input from stakeholders. And one way that we strive to receive that input is through surveys as a strategy for gathering feedback and information. These results have provided us in the past important data, and we've been able to use them to inform practice and policy. However, we continue to receive questions and concerns clarifying standard practice for how surveys are designed, distributed, and utilized. So it is my recommendation to the board that we make requests to the superintendent to provide information about how surveys are designed, distributed, and utilized by our division, as well as divisions of similar composition to ours, and that the board allow 45 days for receipt of this information.
So I'll open it up for comments or questions. Christina.
One of the questions I have is about surveys as part of like a tapestry of ways we engage the community, including parents, students, teachers, staff, community members broadly. And curious about, because I think these are fair points, and I actually agree. I think that we have lots of engagement strategies that probably having more clarity about how we use those different tools would be valuable. Just coming from like the community engagement committee, I feel like Jenny and I were both like sort of flustered last year about it because it's a really big topic, right? Engaging the community generally is a huge topic for the board, for administration, for schools at all levels, classrooms, right? Like how do teachers engage their parents, right? Like I think this is a question across the division. I'm curious if there'd be interest in maybe having this topic around engagement at the strat plan when we meet in the spring because like I'm cautious that focusing too much on surveys specifically loses an opportunity for us to discuss engagement strategies generally. I think surveys are a tool, engagement is the goal. I'm not opposed to looking into surveys as the tool, but more interested in engagement generally. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I would prefer to not see it go to administration right now, specifically around surveys, and rather a more holistic conversation on engagement generally.
Greg.
I appreciate Christina's comments. I think that is a bigger discussion, and it should be. But I think also Jenny has a point there, is that we have to be very careful when we do surveys that we do not ask questions that shouldn't be asked concerning a whole bunch of things: gender, religion, nationality, all those things. We have to be very careful because I think it does infringe on Canadian human rights. So I appreciate Jenny's motion, but I also think that Christine has brought up a very good point that maybe that should be discussed at strategic planning on how do we use the surveys and what should be and what shouldn't be in the surveys. And we could discuss that at the strategic planning event maybe. But I do appreciate Jenny's motion and I appreciate your comments.
Other comments? Jenny, what are your thoughts on what you've heard? Speak last, but so.
My question is, has this been a general conversation at the community engagement committee, or is this the catalyst for this question, the community engagement committee? Just trying to understand the context.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not on community engagement this year. I was the previous 2 years. I would say the catalyst for this conversation is partially the past 2 years on in community engagement. A lot of it is, I mean, it comes from several spaces. The reality is we've been using surveys and we use them from community engagement. The division develops them. We have them utilized on a regular basis. Community engagement website, we've put them out, you know how much we've used surveys. And there's often a lot of questions before, during, and after survey. How was this used? What work did this influence? Can you show me that? Why did we do it this way? Who did it? Why didn't we do it that way? How long will we have access to it? How long until we hear the results? Will we hear the results? Are these intended for public response? Like, are the results intended to be shared with the public or used internally only? And just to provide framework and so that people can understand that not all surveys are intended to be the results to be shared publicly, and that can be something that can be understood. Some things are to be used internally, and if we can provide a framework where this can be a beneficial tool rather than sometimes it creates a little bit of chaos with questions and misunderstanding and us kind of saying, yeah, we maybe could have done that a little bit differently, or yeah, no, we could have maybe improved that this way. If we can just get to a place where there is standardization of the very big things, that I think might make the people who are doing this work, might make their job easier, less stressful, more comfortable, and just a little bit of a formula for them to follow in, and for us to have that discussion. Our survey is a valuable thing. When we know what we're talking about, when we're speaking the same language when we say the word survey, then we can decide more effectively, is that the right strategy for engagement in this situation? But when I say strategy and you hear strategy, as it stands now, we are probably talking about two different things. I mean, survey, sorry, not strategy, survey. When I'm talking about a survey, I might be imagining something completely different than what you are. And so, because we don't have something consistent and recognizable there with that framework, we don't have always the same mindset when we talk about using surveys. And I agree with Christina. I would love this to be a topic in our strategic planning. I agree. Engagement is a much, much larger conversation than just surveys. It's just an area that I've heard a lot. It's consistently reappearing. It's an area that I recognize we could use some real information rather than just what we're hearing and what we're experiencing, and just some broader information and understanding, to save us from being reactionary. I would prefer to have information. And the reason I included other divisions as well is to give context and to give understanding, and for us to be able to have a healthier conversation around engagement and the potential strategy of survey. And that's really that's where this is coming from.
Christina?
I also just want to specify, I think that we should, if we're going to look into either survey specifically or engagement generally, I think we need to be super clear about governance and operations and which things we authorize, like as part of daily chore and or daily work of our various staff and teams versus what things are being done on sort of a division or administrative or board related category. Not that they're all related, right? Like whatever, if every teacher in the division is sending out a survey every week, that's probably something we should look at, but it's not happening. So I think that's a clarity that we may want to consider as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Actually, I really appreciate you bringing that up, and because I don't think I've effectively communicated that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, that my intention isn't for us as a board to create that framework. My intention is to just identify whether or not we need to even ask for that, is really what do you know what I mean? Is, hey, do you think it might be beneficial for you and your team to consider developing a procedure? But before I even ask that, I would seek to understand is really what this is. So with the idea that maybe perhaps they may choose, or we may choose to say, what do you think when we talk with our operations? What do you think about developing? That work would not be ours. But perhaps asking for that to be something that is developed, that would assist the work that we do, because our work is that engagement, right? And so before I would even ask that, I don't know enough is really what this is I would seek to understand better. And that's why before I say, hey, do you think we can improve the way we do surveys? I'm saying, hey, tell me more about how we do surveys, because chances are I get this information and I learn, oh, being done very well. And then we're done, right? And so this is a seek to understand is what this is.
I know when Jenny had brought this forward to me asking about bringing this up, one of our discussions was in regards to ensuring it was at the governance level and really keeping it there, that it needs to be about we as governors versus how they actually do surveys. So it was about that information seeking piece. I do think it's a great idea for us to have that discussion in regards to engagement. I think that the information that you're seeking would help us in those conversations about how we engage and what that looks like. So I do think for me, I'd be supporting this the way it is worded, just to be seeking that information so that we have that information when we are having discussions with strategic planning. So Craig.
I don't think this goes into the day-to-day operations. One of the things when a survey is done, unless it's just a school survey, I mean, that's different. But when there's a division-wide survey, if parents aren't satisfied with the survey, they certainly don't basically phone central office. They phone the trustees. And so what Jenny's asking is that we have sort of a format that trustees can then say to parents that we follow a format and this is kind of what we want to find out. And we want to just find out if we're following that kind of a format, which is not telling them how to do it. And so I would agree with your comments and with Jenny. And so I would support this motion.
So Tyler, and then we'll wrap up with Jenny and watch that we're getting close to 6 o'clock.
We're kind of headed with it, but for me, depending what I'm asking in a survey depends on the questions, all the parameters around that survey really depend on what I'm trying to find out. So I don't know that there's you can come up with some general stuff as to a framework, but anyways, I'm just kind of struggling with the whole idea behind the concept. Like, for all I say is, for instance, if I was going to take a survey on GSAs in school, or I'm going to take a survey on transportation, I'm going to ask very different questions. And I'm going to ask, in certain instances, I'm going to ask questions people may or may not want to volunteer information on. And I get that they want to know how it's going to be used, but I don't know, for me, the questions are different. How it's going to be used is different. What the outcomes are is going to be different. So I don't know. I don't know that this makes, I know you're trying to get a framework, but I just don't know that it's, again, I don't know that this is even.
So we'll have Jenny answer the question and wrap up, and then we'll move to voting on this.
I'll stay under 2 minutes. I think I'm referring less to content of surveys and questions of surveys and more to it could be predictable where to access the survey, how long surveys are up. All surveys are up for 2 weeks or whatever it is. How long until feedback? Have it standardized that we communicate whether or not results will be shared publicly. All the things that we hear so much back from. If we can just have something that we can say, we followed protocol, this is what it was, kind of thing. And for it to be consistent instead of people feeling like I didn't even know there was a survey, or why was it this long before we got results, or we hear all of these things and they're not usually building things. And so that's it's just more so not the content, or often we're asking ourselves, well, who will write the survey even?
For me, it's how long is the survey going to be up? Depends on my timelines, depends on the topic. Or how long till you get feedback? Depends on us. And then are we going to share it publicly? Depends on what the survey is about. So all those things for me depend. So I don't see that as an argument.
Okay. Quickly, Christine, go ahead.
I move that we extend the public board meeting past 6 p.m.
And those in favor? And that's carried. And Jenny, if you can please wrap up this motion at this time. Thank you.
I think I've spoken pretty extensively on it, so I'm happy to put it to vote.
Perfect. So those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. So next is ASCA funding, and that's Jenny as well.
And we heard from one of our stakeholders on this very issue. I think they might be a little bit, this is something that and in my background, this outlines this. This is coming largely from representatives at DSC have spoken to this or have represented their own school councils in that place at DSC and that forum on this issue. And they've been eager for me to bring it forward. So that was good timing that we were able to hear from one of them in adding understanding to what is presented here. But so a few things, a few requests. And so this is where I have 3 different recommendations. There's been a few different requests surrounding ASCA, and they are somewhat unrelated, so I've separated them out. But to give background, previous to this year, our Board of Trustees has routinely allocated funds to cover the cost of that annual ASCA, which is the Alberta School Council Association membership, for each school council within the division, and memberships were purchased on an automatic basis. This year, the request was made, and it came from Division School Council, that school councils were given that autonomy to choose if they would like to join ASCA or not. So the first recommendation is in relation to that. And the recommendation is that, well, should I go that far? Yeah. Should I?
Just start with your first recommendation with my suggestion.
Sure. Okay. So the recommendation is that the board allow the decision regarding ASCA membership to continue to be made by school councils on an individual basis each year. They would just like to see that made routine practice because it was allowed this year, but only for this year. And so they would like to, the request is that they should have the ability to make that decision. Would you like me to go through everything, or do you want to vote on that one first?
So that's your motion as it's worded?
Well, I didn't say it as a motion.
Okay,
I
so
said
do
it
you-
as a recommendation. I'm wondering if you want me, do you want
We
me
can
to
go through them all.
cover it all? I'll cover it
Sure.
all and then I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. So currently we reserve funds to pay for that registration, for a registration fee for one representative from each school council to attend if they choose to be members of ASCA, to attend the ASCA conference and annual general meeting, should they choose to attend it, as well as $250 to assist with the travel costs to Edmonton. So there's 2 allocations of money for that. One covers that registration cost. I believe it's roughly, this year, I think it's around 380. What is it?
It's higher. It's like 385.
I think it's like 385. And I didn't put in the specific amount because that can change. And so just the fee for registration. But that, as well as we allocate $250 to assist with their travel cost to Edmonton. It's a 3-day event. It's both the conference and the general meeting. So it's 3 days up there in Edmonton. So councils who do not have a member that attends this, they instead are already allowed to utilize that 250 as the council determines. And so historically, the majority of our school councils do not have a member attend the conference and AGM, and the funds that are reserved for that registration fee remain unused and unavailable for other use. So for those that do choose to attend, the 250 is, what's that? Is not adequate to cover travel costs. Development of a system allowing the pooling of funds would more adequately provide accessibility for those wishing to attend the conference and AGM. So the recommendation attached to that is recommended that the board consider school councils choosing not to purchase an annual ASCA membership be granted access to the fund. Oh, sorry, that's actually the third recommendation. The second one is, I'll get back to that one. Sorry. The third one is attached to what my preamble I just gave. So is recommended to consider the reorganization of funds allocated to cover ASCA conference and AGM registration fees and the creation of a general fund, whereas allowing potential for the allotment of monies become accessible to be shared equally by individuals wishing to attend the conference and the AGM. So really what they're asking is, one, they're asking, can we have the choice to join ASCA or not? Two, if we don't choose to join ASCA, can we have that $100? And can we use it as a council? And three, if we don't have somebody, so once we've determined who wants to go, all the councils who are not sending anyone up to ASCA, that $385 this year, or whatever the cost is for that we've set aside for that registration fee, can it be put into a general fund where then we've determined, identified, oh, we have 6 parents across the division that want to go up to this. So we've pooled the $385 from each of them, and then they get to split that up to cover their travel costs rather than being given only $250. And so the thought and the request from parents was, this makes it more accessible for us to go. It's too expensive for me to go for 3 days. That, you know, I've got to cover my gas, I've got to cover my hotel. I want to go, I want to be effective. Can we share the money that is already being designated for this cost anyways? And so that's the background to these. I'll open it up for questions and comments and then make the motion.
Andrea and then Craig.
Allison, did you have a chance to present to District School Council about ASCA?
I've been at all of the DSC meetings lately that they've had discussion in regards to ASCA and spoke to each of the questions and talked about different parts of it. And yes, so I've provided them with information, not as a presentation, but as information.
Okay. And if councils were to keep the money, would there be a caveat that it would be used for educational books or a speaker or something of their choice at their council?
Craig.
Well, I think that's a requirement, isn't it? That they can't spend the money on anything. They have to do something educational with it.
It would be this is our division money. This is
Yeah,
different
that
than
might
any,
be their
yeah.
divisional money.
So we would have to put those stipulations in.
But I think most of them already follow most of those provisions. But one thing that was brought up at my school council that I attended, is that the decision to join or not join should be done in September after a new school council has been formed, because if the ones that are doing it in June, they might not be there in September and there could be a different view. So that would be the first thing, is that it has to happen after a new school council's been done. I don't have a problem with giving funds to schools that don't purchase that don't want to be part of ASCA. And as Allison pointed out, we'd have certain things that they'd have to spend it on. But in my recollection of all the school councils that I've gone to, they have spent money either on a speaker or buying a book or even purchasing a book for all the school council to read. So I think that would be easy to figure out. And the third one is, yeah, I don't have a problem. Typically, we don't get a lot of people going up to ASCA. And so if 6 people wanted to go, if 20 schools this year have that's $5,000. You could actually give maybe not quite 1,000 each person, but that would cover, because quite honestly, the hotel rooms have gone up. Mileage is expensive. So we want to encourage, if a board wants, if a school council wants to be involved with ASCA, we need to encourage them somehow to send people up to the meeting, because those are discussions that need to be voted on and they need to have representation.
Christina?
So a couple of points. So glad to see it, and always glad to see like engagement from parents interested in understanding how they can be better engaged with opportunities that they want to be engaged with. I think my priority as a board member to ensure that they have access to ASCA is so that all parents who would like to have access to the resources that ASCA provides specifically around like what is a school council. We just know that there is a variety of experience across the division in terms of who knows what school councils are, what their responsibilities are, what their roles are, how to set up their bank accounts. Like there's a lot of information from ASCA that I don't think is available otherwise. And unless we were going to provide it, I would feel like we were under supporting parents to participate in school councils. I think that part of our role in this is ensuring that they have access to the resources to understand like their legal rights and responsibilities as it comes to school councils. And so that's why I'm in favor of continuing with ASCA, because I'm not aware of other opportunities that provide that so holistically. In terms of making sure we can send people, I would agree at like $250 is insufficient. I think at this point in the budget cycle, I know I always come back to that, but like at this point in the budget cycle, I'm not super keen to change things, but I would be very interested to, as a board, consider what we want to invest in ensuring access to opportunities for school councils as a board priority that we provide to the budgeting conversation. I recognize that 250 is not enough. I recognize that it's insufficient. I think pooling it puts us in a position where next year we come back and we say, okay, well now 17 people want to go. Now what do we do? Right. I don't think that's like future proof enough for ideally more people are engaged and would like to go. Like if it's only 6 people now because we don't have enough money to pay for them to go, if that was the barrier, maybe more people would go. And so then we'd have to be prepared for that. So I just don't think we're preparing for the reality of like that part.
I'd like to add a couple comments first, if that's okay, Jenny. So a couple of pieces. One is that what Jenny has here doesn't allocate any new funding. This is all funding that already exists. It's just how school councils can access it or use it. I think it's important to look back, and I had asked Cheryl to get information previously, and just for your information, so in 2018 there was 5 parents that attended the conference in AGM. 2019 there was 4. 2020 it was canceled. 2021 there was 3, and then prior to that I hadn't asked the information after that. So it gives indication that there's definitely a barrier when we're providing 250 and a parent has to come up with a hotel cost way more than that. Like you're attending a conference next week, right? Like it doesn't provide for that. And I think in Jenny's comments in regards to the general pooling would be to develop some parameters around what that looked like. So it wouldn't be that, they can present a $3,000 bill and took their family on a vacation up to Edmonton. I think it's just looking at that piece. One thing in regards to your comment about having that access to that information, that couple of things is that I think a lot of our school councils, ASCA has changed over the years in terms of what they provide and what that membership provides access to. So in order for, so previously, you could have a presenter come down, and we, as a division, as a school council, you didn't have to pay for them to come down. There was no additional fee, no travel fee. They came and that was part of your membership. Now the resources are there. If you want any of the consultant piece, that's extra, but school councils are often saying the access to those resources. So you speak of the, how do I run a meeting? How do I do the accounting piece to access that? If you actually ask a lot of school councils, that's under lock and key pretty hard within ASCA, and it's very difficult to get. It's very limited what that release of that information looks like. So a lot of our school councils are actually finding quite difficulty in finding that information. And there are other groups across the province that are actually doing work to provide information as well. So not saying that ASCA doesn't have that information, but I think that for us, my thoughts are, and I can come back and add more, is that for us to tell parents that your school council, this is where you're going to get your information, I don't think is where we should be going with that. We should let them know this information is available. This is a resource, and if you want access to it, we'll provide you the membership fee so that you can have access to it. So it's not that we're preventing a barrier to them accessing it. We're allowing them choice of what they want to have for membership. So Jenny, then Tyler.
You captured pretty well what I was going to say. And that was just to reiterate that this won't affect this budget cycle because it's money that has already been designated for that. It's just allowing access to that money. It's just taking down barriers, really, is all it is. And I should note that membership to ASCA is not a large amount of money. It's $100. So it's not something that councils are motivated for the money to not the councils that are, and this year we had 20 out of 23 schools choose still to remain with ASCA. The ones who are choosing not to, they have their own reasons. Some of the conversation we've heard is that they are dissatisfied, like Allison has outlined, with what they're getting and want to look elsewhere. There's what we heard today was that some people don't align with some of the values outlined by ASCA and would prefer not to be under that umbrella. But it is just to give them the autonomy to be able to run their council the way that they have decided as a council. So I think you had pretty accurately covered what I was going to say.
And then Christine, Tyler, and Andrea.
So with question related to the pooling of funds for ASCA conference and AGM, you know, the X number of dollars per year, who makes the decision on who gets to go and how much do they get to have? Is that DSCs doing that? Is the Board of Trustees doing that? Because again, you could run into maybe one or two people go, okay, so we have, you know, $3,000 or whatever it is. But if it's 10, then do we just take the pot of money, divide by 10? Oh, now you get 100 or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm trying to figure out who sets the rules and provides, because then, and then if it's unspent, do we carry it over? Because again, we get into a reserve issue with, again, this is administrative dollars, by the way, so reserve and administration starts to have a problem. So anyways, just there's lots of little factors. I'm sure, I mean, it's doable. I'm just saying, like, there needs to be lots of written rules that finance needs to know so that we're properly addressing it.
And I think when we look historically, we can see that it's not largely attended. I think we could potentially have more if we're offering more funding for it. But what I read in 3 is that it's to consider reorganization so that there would be more planning. It's not just this motion that you'd be looking at. It would be that there would be more to it to plan what that pooling would look like and more parameters. So Tyler and then Andrea.
Yeah, I'm fine with allowing the parents as a group to decide whether or not they want to be part of ASCA. That's no problem. As far as number 2 goes, I'm not okay with, even though it's $100 and it's almost irrelevant, I'm not okay with it being able to be used for whatever a council wants. Because parent councils do a lot of things. That could go to, pizza day at one school. That could go to teacher gifts at another school. It could go to all kinds of stuff that, for me, you'd have to put some PL parameters around it. It has to have something to do, like the reason we want them to be members in this is because it's a more of a learning type of thing, right? They have access to resources and different things to help them do it. So for me, yeah, you can give it to them, but there needs to be some type of professional learning attachment to it in order to be there. Because I don't want that just going to whatever they do. As far as 3 goes, I'm completely where Christine Lee is on that. You're gonna have to put a parameter on it, and for me, I'd have to think about it more. But at this point, you have to have a maximum on it or something. It says we'll allow this fund to be used, but to a maximum of X per person. Because the problem is, when it first comes out and we first do this, there's probably not that many people aware of it or anything else. And now if there's a pot of X thousands of dollars and only 3 people go, well, maybe they get everything covered. So then next year, now it's like, oh, I can get everything covered to go. So now we got, 15 people wanting to go. And then they find out, oh, well, there's not that much money. You're only going to.
Your mic is off and dead and people can't hear you.
So anyway, I think there needs to be a cap on that, because otherwise it's just all over the place as to what people think they're going to get covered. And then you're going to get into trouble with, finding out that, oh, well, last year you got $2,000 covered and this year I only got 500. That's not fair. And people get upset. So I think we need to definitely have some parameters around that. A, so we don't go over budget, and B, so that parents understand that the most you're really going to get out of this, is X amount of dollars. If it costs $2,000 to go, your max is only 1,000, whatever, something to that effect, so that it's done that way.
And just so you know, historically, some of that pooling was already happening anyway. So if a school council was carrying a proxy for another school council, they would often transfer over that 250 to the parent that went and represented two school councils. They would have both 250. So some of that pooling was already occurring without any parameters. I do believe that we need to have some parameters in place for sure. But Andrea.
I did attend this as a parent years ago, and I'm not sure how much it's changed, but back then it was a really important voice of the parents with the government. And I just wonder if it still is that. That's their place to advocate. They passed resolutions and they really had a very strong voice. So I think that's really important to think about. And then as far as pooling the money, it could possibly work the way the ATA works. It's PD fund where there's a cutoff date, you apply, and then you're told you will get this amount of percent of the portion of your travel covered. And then if people drop out after that, then the rest could be upped. I'm not really sure how to work that out, but that is something that works really well with the ATA and their PD fund.
Jenny, was your hand up, or I can go to Craig?
A couple of questions. Does DSC bring ASCA down to a presentation? Because following up with Christina, what she said is you could bring someone down. I think someone said at the last school council I went to was like $500 or something, and mileage or something. Would it be possible for DSC to bring someone down from ASCA to talk to, as PD, how to run a school council meeting? If we started to do that, then that's an advantage of using ASCA with the whole division instead of having each little group try to do their own. So that would be one. I agree with Christine Lee and I agree with Tyler that we have to have some parameters on it. As far as their effect on the government, right now, I don't think they have very much effect with the current government. And that's one of the reasons their funding got slashed quite a bit. But overall, if we can figure out a way, and I don't know if we can do it today, or if it's looking at the budget as we go through, figuring out how to use ASCA at Divisional School Council for some of the things, I think that's the way to go. And then trying to figure out parameters for people to attend. And again, parameters, if they don't want to join, they have to use that money for a certain reason. So.
Jenny.
Clarify something for me. Does DSC belong to ASCA? They don't have a membership, do they?
DSC does not have a membership, and they're not considered under the membership categories that ASCA has. There's no membership category for an organization of school councils.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. So each school council can do that, I think, on their own, but Division School Council is just a forum to allow a representative for each of those voices to come together and collaborate with administration and ATA and other community voices as well. And so I like the intention of that idea. I'm not sure that I do know we have had Allison speak about ASCA several times over the years, and that there's been extensive conversation around it, and that those who are involved in those conversations are fairly aware of what they are speaking. They're not ignorant to what ASCA is and potentially could be, I would say. And so I value their voice and respect the opportunity to represent that voice that they've asked me to represent to the board. They have specifically asked that I take this to the board, and so I honor that. And I honor their own thought process and process with their council in coming to that request, I'd say. So I don't disagree that there's great value, potential value in ASCA. I appreciate the notion of adding in wording that school council's accessing that money, that there should be a learning aspect for sure. There's certainly, if we're going to be spending that money, it needs to be adding to the purpose of the council, and learning and understanding that is certainly valuable. I appreciated Andrea's comment and the questions that were asked about point number 3 with the pooling of funds. I agree with what you say. I think that it could be run. And this is why I chose my wording carefully. I recommended that we consider a reorganization of funds. I was intentionally not specific in that because I recognize that there's complications to that. We need to leave room to adjust to those complications. But under the idea that that it could be run something like an ATA PD fund where we have a deadline, those intending to go submit their names. We then have identified how many would like to go. We then let them know this is how many want to go. This would be how much you would be able to receive in funding. Those then unable to go are able to drop out, and so on and so forth. And I'm not opposed to a maximum. I agree we need to be diligent governors over the funds that are within the division. And we aren't necessarily looking to send someone to a luxury hotel for a luxury experience 3 days up there. But I don't think that most people looking to be involved in this are seeking that either. So I appreciate all of that input, and I'm happy to implement that into these as I form them into motions if there's support for that.
I'll just add one comment back to Craig's question in regards to DSC potentially having a workshop. So over the years, DSC has asked ASTA to come down, and at one time looked at, we combined any school council that wanted to come and look at operating procedures and bylaws. So those things can still happen, and how they happen. So if you look at the ASCA website, ASCA workshops are offered online on a weekly basis. Workshops are delivered to school councils regardless of ASCA membership status. You do not need to be a member in order to access them. It's a fee structure aligned with the Alberta School Council Engagement Grant. So $500 ASCE grant, which is not related to ASCA. $500 grant is provided to every school council in the province. They can use that $500 to purchase that workshop. So they do not have to be a member of ASCA to be able to purchase that workshop.
If there's no other questions, I'll make a motion then. My first motion, I motion that the board allow the decision regarding ASCA membership, Alberta School Council Association membership, to continue to be made by school councils on an individual basis each year.
Any further questions or comments? Craig?
Can I make a friendly amendment that decision is done in September after the new school council is elected? So that a previous school council can't dictate.
When does the membership due though?
So the membership can be purchased at any point in a school year. My concern with stipulating that, Craig, is that some school councils may wish to book ASCA. So often ASCA is booked for September and booked quite early. So I think that if there's resources, if some school councils elect their new school council in June. So if that school council chair wants to have access, as Christina talked about, the excellent resources that are on the website, if they wanted to have access to those resources in August to prepare for school council in September. And we've put a caveat that it's decided in September. We're now holding the hands of that school council that they can't do the work that they need to be doing.
So my concern, and it was brought up at a school council, is that one school council could say, we don't want to join, and then they have the elections, and another school, and the new school council says, we want to join, but the decision has been made for the year.
So that new school council can certainly overturn that, and that purchase can still be made
Okay.
in September or October or November. If a school council, so right now we have 3 that decided not to. If they called Christine Lee up and said, I'd like to buy a membership today, that school council, our division would pay for that membership and could purchase it today.
Yeah. My concern is just make sure that the new incoming council has that ability to make that decision.
Sounds good. So any other questions or comments on the motion on the floor? And those in favor? And that's carried. And Kristen, can you please make sure the notes reflect that Christine has stepped out of the room for that vote? Thank you. And not on purpose for that vote. She has other things she's dealing with. So it wasn't for any conflict reason that she stepped out, just that she wasn't there for the vote. And Jenny, go ahead. Turn your.
I motion that the board I motion that the board allow school councils choosing not to purchase an annual ASCA membership grant access to the funds originally reserved to cover the membership cost to be used by the council for learning purposes.
Could I add a friendly amendment of parent learning? That would be considered friendly. Okay. Yeah.
You knew.
Parent learning.
You were on it.
And in saying parents, we mean guardian or caregiver of a student in our schools. Okay. So the motion is on the floor. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? And that's carried. Jenny.
The way that I have this one worded, to me, allows for the space of implementing a maximum or all of those things. But is the board looking for me to add that specific wording to it?
I would like to see you add that a framework be developed of how to use the pooling of funds. I don't want to debate that tonight here. I think that a framework be developed, and whether that's that you go and develop that with your DSC families, parents that are represented there, but that a framework is developed. Would
bring it back.
If you can add that in somehow, I think that that would be supported.
Okay. I motion that the board allow for the development of a framework to reorganize the funds allocated to, no, hold on, that's not it. But I want a framework for distributing it, right? So let me start again. I motion that the board reorganize the funds allocated to cover ASCA conference and AGM registration fees to develop a framework for the distribution of the funds into a, yeah.
See if I can get this for you. The board create a general fund for the allocation of ASCA conference and registration fees. And a framework is developed in how to distribute the allotment of those money to be accessible and shared equally among individuals wishing to attend the conference and the AGM. I will try. I was kind of just trying to blowing it out my
before you try, can you ensure that it also includes like the 250 allotment? You said the ASCA conference and AGM registration fees,
Yeah, I said both. Yeah.
but that only covers the registration fees of the conference and AGM. So we as a division pay for $385 for the registration fee of the conference and AGM, and we pay for $250 to walk
Oh, I see the
hotel.
travel costs.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's this. Motion. The board create a general fund out of the reorganization of funds that have currently been allotted to cover ASCA conference and registration fees, as well as the 200, the money is set aside for travel, and the creation and through this a framework that will a framework for the allotment of monies that will be accessible and shared equally by individuals wishing to attend the conference and AGM. Something like that. Sorry, it's a little rough.
Sorry, I think the trustees all understand the intent of what that
We can
wording.
wordsmith it a little bit when we.
Yes, the intent is that the framework is there for all of it, of how we're going to choose parents, how it's going to be distributed, and timelines, all that piece would be part of that framework. So are there questions or further comments? Christina?
Is there a timeline on that request? Like, is there a deadline that we,
Are you thinking it'll be done
No.
for this year?
mostly I'm just saying, like, if it's not done for this year, given the time of year, is that okay? Like, are we,
I don't think it'll be done for this year, in all honesty. Yeah, no. And as I said, in years past, I've seen where school councils will, if they're carrying a proxy for another school, they'll share the 250. So I think that there's slight avenues that our school councils can work together to do that. I think I like the idea of a framework, because then it's not can I find a school that can proxy so I can borrow their 250, right? So I think that it's the framework piece is good. I don't think being able to do that this year is, I'm fine. And historically, we're not having 10 people. So I don't think we're going to have 10 people this year. Okay. The motion is there. You made it. What she just. Okay, go ahead. Or you got it? Okay, go ahead. Sure. Try. Go for it.
I motion the board create a general fund for monies allocated to cover ASCA conference and AGM registration fees, and develop a framework for the distribution, for the equal distribution for those wishing to attend the conference and AGM. Oh, equal distribution, I said. I need to add, I need to add in, yeah, Christine, I missed that as she said that. So, okay, you guys, we're good?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
Got it?
So any further
Sorry,
questions or comments? Those in favor? And that's carried. Perfect. So now we're moving on to 10.6. This was an addition. So 10.6 was the addition by Craig for policy consultant.
I would like to make a motion to move in camera at this time.
And those in favor of moving into camera? So Craig, can you tell us why you would like to?
We didn't finish discussing what Allison and I had heard in our interview. And so to make a good decision, we need to hear the rest of the story. Yeah.
So you would like to move into camera to discuss further confidential information regards
Right.
to the policy consultant is what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, so Craig would like us to move into camera for that purpose and that purpose only?
Yep.
Okay, so those in favor? And that's carried. at 7:08, and that was carried.
We're all right.
And we will move on. Craig,
I move that we hire a consultant and for the express purpose of helping us redo our policies. And that we enter into a negotiation with that consultant.
thank you. Any further questions or comments? And those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So next I have division highlights. Who would like to go first? Christina's dying.
Division is great, schools are great, kids are great. My only highlight is the Innovation, Creativity, and Entrepreneurship Scholarship has now opened. You can find it on the website. Please check it out. We want to celebrate the innovation and fabulousness of students in grade 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Thank you. Craig.
Yeah, I finally made it to a couple of school council meetings. Nicholas Sharon and also Lakey. And I will tell you that the Nicholas Sharon group was really excited to hear about the the Play and Learn program. I also attended a basketball game between Emmanuel Christian and Chinook boys. And I've been trying to get the other games, but I guess I'm a little dyslexic because I keep putting the wrong date down and I miss it by a day. So anyway, that's my highlight.
Jenny.
I'll just highlight our students who are writing their final exams right now and all the work that's going into that and the work that has gone into preparing them for those exams, our teachers that facilitating those exams and preparing the students for those exams. It's kind of an exciting time of they get to come to a place where they get to show what they've learned and feel that satisfaction at this time of year is kind of an exciting time for them. So I will wish the best to those in all of their exams right now is really what I would do with this opportunity. So
Thank you. Andrea.
In the new year, so nice to reconnect with your schools and got to council meetings at Plaxton and Patterson and Senator Buchanan and thank the parents for coming out to support the staff and their children's education. I wanted to congratulate Senator Buchanan for picking up all the Christmas trees in the city. It's a huge operation with staff and parents with trucks and 16-foot Christmas trees. And they earned $10,000 from the city for this endeavor, which they put back into their nutrition program. So I think that's remarkable and wonderful. And I enjoyed sitting down with admin last Thursday and hearing their priorities. That was really great to hear them from different levels. And on Thursday, I get to go to LCI and work with the EAs on sign language. That's one of their goals. They want to learn sign language. So that's what I'll be doing on Thursday with the EAs at LCI.
Thank you. Tyler, you're good. Christine. Okay. So further to any of the highlights that I've given out through the evening or the day of our meeting, I would like to add a highlight to Victoria Park. The last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to attend their holiday lunch that they do just before the Christmas break. And just having that opportunity to sit with students that have different stories to tell. And I shared with their principal that one of the biggest things for me is that often kids that come from different avenues are scared or embarrassed to share their stories. And those students didn't know who I was. And I went and sat and engaged at their tables with them. And the staff have worked so closely with those students that they're proud of their stories. And to sit and engage with them and to hear their stories of where they're at, how they got there, and their directions of where they plan to go. So definitely moving for me to be able to go to that every year, and I'll continue to plan to go to that and see what amazing students we have at Vic Park. So That is it for division highlights. Next, we will move on to board chair report. Community conversations, I know it says I'll give an oral report, and I have nothing booked for February. If I am able to, it's challenging month with lots going on in the month. So if I am able to book something, I will. There will be a March one for sure. So we are looking at a west side location, and it'll be evening west side location, potentially a coffee shop on the west side. So that will be for March if I can't book something for February. Next is 12.2 PSBA update, Craig. I need your mic on. Thanks.
Yeah, that the three people that we've already mentioned are going to be presenting to the public school boards on esports and how it can work into kids going to school at university. The other thing is that, and I tried to find it, but I couldn't, but just be aware, I am sitting on that committee, awards. And there are awards that public school board hands out in June. And so the nominations are open for, I think, Indigenous relationships, public affairs. There's about 5 awards. And so hopefully I'll find those out in February at our meet, because we're having a meeting right after our board. Yeah, I've got another meeting coming up on the awards thing. And so I'll be able to bring further information back. And the only other thing is, and I got this before and we had trouble photocopying it, but I would like the who's ever on the strategic planning committee for our retreat to be looking at this as one of the ideas that we could look at, because it does talk about direction setting, relationship with chief staff executives, shareholder relationships, board meetings, board self-evaluation and that. So I'll pass this on so that Mike can photocopy it, and then the executive, the board chair and the vice chair can look at it and come up if we want to do it. But I would strongly encourage us as part of our strategic plan to look at it, because it also can involve the admin team. So that's it.
Thank you. Next up, I have 12.3 policy advisory report. And Jenny, you had requested that be pulled.
I just wanted to highlight in public forum that we have been able to add to our website a new template. We're excited about it. So I just wanted to highlight it and let the public know that it's available. It's a template that allows, we're hoping that will allow for increased gathering of feedback and input into the policies that are up for review. And so what is posted on there is any policy that is up for review with the proposed amendments on there. And there's a form, I guess, form that follows it to allow anyone to give any feedback on that they would like to have considered. And so all of that feedback then goes back to Policy Advisory Committee. And we look forward to having that increased input added to the process. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is 12.4, the Wellness Committee report.
And I just pulled this one as I was just reading through it. I recognized that there was a presentation of new curriculum for the, I'm just trying to get myself back to this, and wondered if, I guess, just wanted to encourage the board, if they are interested, to look at that. New curriculum is significant, and wasn't sure that it would come to the board as a whole as it went through Wellness Committee. And so just wanted to highlight that is there, and wondered if there was any additional information that we might benefit in this forum from hearing from who submitted that report? I can't find it. Oh, Tyler, is there any details on that you want to share? I'm still looking it over, but thought that was significant when there is curriculum change that we as a board should be aware.
Christina?
I think that Craig already mentioned it earlier that maybe we can explore avenues to get updates to the board comprehensively about the updates to curriculum. So I would say yes, nothing that really new from the presentation. It was simply like identifying to the stakeholders at the wellness group that the physical education and wellness curriculum is being updated. The information is there. And that I would just turn it to the chair to say, as part of other curriculum updates, we can maybe review.
Sorry, I should have clarified. It was the sexual education and wellness curriculum that was updated. And yeah, right? Physical education.
Sorry, just to be clear. Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, those are different.
physical education and wellness.
Physical education and wellness.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just a real life years. Yeah. Physical education.
I know that awareness of curriculum is so vital, and so it felt important enough to pull and just recognize. That's why.
So thank you for highlighting that, the piece of curriculum, the importance of that. I know that Craig had brought that up earlier. Superintendent, you have that on your notes for us to look at some of those curriculum revisions, and just so that the board is aware and apprised for when we get asked questions. So we will have that on our plans, potentially for a committee of the whole to review. Christina?
I would also just offer that as trustees, like these are publicly available documents, we can also review them ourselves at home to answer the questions.
Thanks. Craig?
Yeah, and I was able to just click on the link and it brought it up. So if parents or whatever want to look at it, it's the same way. They can just click on a link, and the one, especially with Aaron Hurgood's presentation, there was a link.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, we'll move on. That the correspondence is there for the public forum response. And with that, I believe that we still need to move in camera. Okay, so at this point, just prior to moving into camera, we will not be coming back to any regular type meeting. There is no further motions that would be involved or included. So at this point, we will release our staff that are here to take notes and record our meetings. So thank you to the other staff that are here, and have safe drive home, Garrett. So with that, if I can have a motion to move into camera. Craig? You have a question and you need a break. Okay. Okay, so Craig has made a motion to move into camera. Those in favor? And that's carried.